to give you a quick demo of our CTN Network website, ctnnetwork.net. Join our community. It is free. You just type in ctnnetwork.net, and this is the homepage right here. And if you want to create an account, you would just click up and create new account right here. Sign up with your email, or you can sign up with just clicking on Facebook or Google. So you can sign up with your Facebook account or your Gmail. So I'm already signed up, so I'm going to click in Gmail right here, and it's going to log me in. And as you can see, this is our homepage. Click on creators right here, and this shows you all the CTN family members that are content creators. Everybody is on here. If you want to go to one of their YouTube channels, for example, if you want to go to Crypto Talk Now, just click on channel, and it takes you right over to the YouTube channel for that particular creator. And you click on community. This is our community right here. We do have a forum, and this is a forum where you can post things, you can interact with one another. And there's also a blog right over here that we post our own content on. And if you click on CTN Studios, you can watch our live show and other content creators' live shows right through this CTN Studios. We do have advertisements for some of the content creators. There's the Crypto Smith, there's Waddy, the Crypto Hunter, and we also have live charts for the ISOs right in this box right here. We have a feature where you click on the heart if you want to donate to us. You can donate with Ethereum or Binance, BNB. And also, if you click on this button right here, we're going to have a call-in feature, which is already live. If you want to call us, just click on the green icon, the green phone icon, and click on call now. And during the show, between 9:15 and 10, when we announce it, when Max is on or when I'm on with Max, we will start accepting phone calls, and you guys can be live with the show. If you want to turn your video on, you can come on camera as well. So good stuff there. Now back onto the homepage. If you click on members, you can see all the people that are members here. All these people here, like Chaka just signed up, Gills33, Miguel. All these people here are members of our community. So you guys can sign up, and then you can chat with one another. So you can either click over here, message right here. So what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm just going to welcome him. I'll send him a quick message, and then I can click enter or just a little arrow. If you want to message somebody else, you can click on message, or you can go right over here into members chat and go ahead and message them and create a new chat if you want by clicking this little button right here. Now also, if you scroll down here, you can see some of the past videos that our content creators in our content creator family have created. You can go in here and watch some of the recorded videos. They're scrolling down here. Just choose one to watch. And that's it, guys. Thank you for watching this brief demo. Make sure you sign up so you can interact and be part of the community when we are not on the live show.
Singing this song, I see I was wrong. To chain you down, I was the clown. I'm singing this song, I see I was wrong. To chain you down, I was the clown. I know now what you're all about. I've had the time to find out. I pray for the touch of your hand. Your love is so, so grand. Oh, baby.
Hello, everybody. Congratulations. You made it to the end of the week, Friday, best day as far as I'm concerned. So glad to be here with you guys tonight. I'm actually very, very lucky that I'm here tonight with you guys. Been an extremely busy day. I'm going to do my very, very best, but I am operating off of, I don't know, about an hour and a half worth of sleep. Yeah, I know it sounds horrible, but it's true. It's been an extremely busy day, but I'm glad to be here. And if anything, we are going to get through some great material that we have. Smash that like if you haven't done so already. A lot of times when it comes to life, it's a grind, and it's how you go about things and your outlook on your day to day. So as my dad said to me a long time ago. He's just like, you can't really look at tomorrow or the year ahead. Sometimes you just got to take life one day at a time. I don't mean that in a bad way, but that's the way I took it today, and I think I'm going to be okay. But for each and every single one of you guys out there, sometimes that's all you can do too. Is you just got to take one day at a time. So glad to be here. Let's jump into the comments. And man, we have quite the outline tonight. So let's go ahead and read the first comment of the day, or the night, I should say, depending on where you're at. It comes from JC the man. He is the man with the master plan. They call him JC the man, and I think you better recognize. That's right. Check him out. Where can you check him out? Well, you can check him directly out at ctnnetwork.net. If you go to creators, click on this particular tab, brings up all these guys, but specifically JC the man. And when you click on his channel, boom, takes you straight to YouTube. And what does he want you to know? He wants you to know he makes videos. And like it says right here, he's flexing and he has some new videos. And if anything, man, he's got a few extra new ones. Look like some Roblox, some Call of Duty. He's got a whole bunch of stuff in here. So he also has some popular ones. But yeah, check him out. He can use some of the extra subs. He went up a few. That's super cool, you guys. Right on. So let's see who will be the guy that will make this young man's day by getting up to 80 subs. All right, at least 80, a minimum. I'm sure he wants 100. That's a big milestone. But if you're going to be the cool person, you're going to help him take up to number 80. All right, JC, I hope you have a great weekend, my friend. And if anything, keep the thumbs up, keep flexing like you're doing it, and continue to be the man. All right. Let's jump down to the next comment. Miguel, check out the NFTs projects. Can you share it, please? I have a lot for sale. All right. Well, we could take a brief moment. I'm not going to take a deep dive into it, but if you're wondering why am I not going to take a deep dive in it, well, I'll tell you why. Because I did too many deep dives today in regards to research. But here it is. NFTs is what he's referring to. They have a rank of 6734. And apparently they have an unconfirmed market cap of 140,000. Of course, this is from CNC, only $131 in volume. Might be new. You never know. I don't know. I mean, you're just going to have to let us know what really stands out on this other than you're selling your NFTs. You know what I mean? I don't mean that any disrespect, of course. But on the surface, I guess I could just read this real quick. Here's what it says in regards to this particular project. Hold on a second. If you would like to know where to buy NFT stars at the current rate, the top cryptocurrency exchanges for trading in NFT stars are currently PancakeSwap, V2, and Flybit. As far as the actual site, you can go here, and it is technically nftstars.app/en. And they got all sorts of stuff here, you know. I mean, obviously, really focused on the NFTs. Some of these look pretty cool. Yeah, that one on the I did not need to see that. Boy, yuck! Nothing like looking at old man and yeah, just all right. I'm sorry, Miguel. You want us to check this out, and what do we have here? It's just like, sorry. All right. I don't know if I show that again. All right. Yeah. All right. This is a really bad visual right there. Anyway, Brittany says, "Happy Friday. Thank you for being here, Brittany. Appreciate you. Always nice to see you, Brittany." All right. Larry says, "Welcome all. Smash the like." Thank you for that. as you would say. Thank you for that. He always says that. Twitch Radio with the thumbs up. Hope everyone is well. Thank God it's Friday. Thank you, Twitch Radio. Always appreciate you, your support, getting the message out to a more broader base. All those things. If we had, it's like what, 40 people here. If all 40 people did that, can you imagine the reach we would have? But it's okay. I mean, it's one of those things, Stardog, evening all. Hey, Stardog, good to see you, man. This might be the WrestleMania that you're looking for. Lionel Richie. All right. Good to see you, man. Promise I won't talk about my wisdom teeth. All right. Let's go further down. We got Mr. Boomer F it sooner. He's here tonight. Good to see you, Boomer. Appreciate you. Stardog says, what's with XDC? Just keeps going up. We're going to get into some of that. How about Hedera's H-bar? Wow. Hedera. What a day for Hedera. All right. Let's see here. JC the Man, I made a lot of new videos. Yes, we did highlight that. Yes, JC the Man did put out a lot of new videos. Very cool stuff. Brian Dowie says, sup, Max. Sup to JC. Sup to Stardog. Sup to Boomer. Sup to Twitch. From Brian Dowie. Sup to Brittany, right? You gotta give dabs to Brittany. Sup to Miguel, says Brian Dowie. All right. Let's go further down. We got Mr. Tim Shea, who says, hey, of course, to everyone. The crypto commissioner, the mayor of crypto, the I don't know, the unelected, but might as well be elected to represent the 429th district of crypto, representing the constituents of Crypto Talk Now's finest, Mr. Tim Shea. Thank you for being here, Tim. All right. Let's go further down. Of course, Miguel's in the house. Good to have you here. Muchas gracias, Miguel. Crypto McDizzle for shizzle. Let me just put this way for Rizzle. And that is, we have a bunch from him. Now, he might think, I don't know if he thinks this, maybe he thinks this, that, oh, well, I tagged the living crap out of Max yesterday, but he had Mr. Rue Black on, and shout out to Rue. It's great having Rue on. Looking forward to having more Rue on. I went through the replay. I was like, my God, this guy really does know this research. So give a shout out. I'm giving a shout out to Rue Black. You can follow him on YouTube. Just type in RUELL space Black. Just give him a sub. He was here yesterday. I thought it was a pretty good show. We covered a lot about LCX. But yes, Mike, everything you tagged yesterday, I don't think it just went out the window. It's called, it gets shifted. It gets delegated to the next day. We are in that next day. Today is the day. All right, McDizzle, the sun shines. Spring is in the air. Kind of funny how all of that kind of makes sense. Don't just hear me out, right? ISO 222 goes live, well, the start of it, right? March 20th. What was March 20th technically on a calendar? The first day of spring. Is it all planned? Sometimes it really seems like it is. And if anything, why would they have ISO 222 go live on that specific day? Because it's the start of spring. What do we try to come out of? A crypto winter. What particular day was the previous day from that? Winter. I'm just saying, I'm not the type of guy who gives into conspiracy theories. Typically, I don't do that. Maybe with the JFK stuff, because I actually went there and did a lot of studying in regards to that. That's a whole other situation. For the record, I just want to state, I feel as though JFK was one of the first standout victims of the Cold War. And on all this talk about World War III, I think we can all agree on this. We are living during the second Cold War. Anyway. All right. Boomer F and Sooner. Hey, Mayor Tim Shea. Yes. All right, let's go further down and welcome a few more people like Ahmed. Glad to have you here. Thank you so much for saying smash the like button. Do that. Please smash the like. I know there's other streams going on as we speak, and it's the way it goes. Not everybody out there does live shows every single day like a madman who grinds away. But you know what? We do it here. So there you go. All right. Salamander is saying hello to everybody. Is it Salamander that we're looking for? Yes, it is. Um, the XDC commander. Thank you for being here, Mr. Salamander. In reality, you're probably the Quant commander, XRP, some of the other ones, but you're definitely the XDC commander. All right, let's go further down. Want to welcome Coochie Boy, and I have an announcement in regards to Mr. Coochie Boy. So, he saw on Twitter, and I wanted you guys to know about it too. So, I put out this particular tweet, and I said, meant to answer Coochie Boy last night. Yes, brother, I did get my free 100 XRP. I did. Cool stuff. Only took me about a minute. I was not already signed up on Dex Tools. I've used it before, but I didn't have an official account. So I made it. Literally took a minute. It was no big deal. I was thinking it was going to be this long drawn out thing, but I was like, it's worth it. It's 100 free XRP. Like, who doesn't want 100 free XRP? If you believe, especially in XRP, that this thing's going to go to $10,000 a coin, right? 100 XRP, will do the math. Yeah. So you owe it to yourself to spend 1 minute flat, especially if you're, even if you're not a fast typer. Let's say you're a slow hunt and pecker. All right. Some people are pretty good at the hunt and pecking. I don't do the hunt and pecking. All right. I think the school I went to my senior year, I went to 4 different high schools, believe it or not, because all the moving around with my family. So I went to a school called Woodrow Wilson High School in Southwest Portland, Oregon. Shout out to Damon Stoudemire, who actually went to that school. He graduated a few years before me. Also played for the Blazers. But the point being, they had a great keyboarding class. And in that keyboarding class, I ranked in first place. Why? Because our keyboarding teacher, she was kind of a boring lady. Her name is Mrs. Ewers. She had the coolest keyboarding program out there. Basically speaking, it was like a video game. And as long as you typed in the right answers, you would see this character, and it was loosely based off of Indiana Jones. And you jump from one side to the other and swing on stuff. And anyway, me and some other guys and gals compete against each other. And I just got so used to it that I was, instead of typing, I was spraying words on the screen. And ever since then, I've been a pretty fast typer. And of course, it helps give you the edge. You play a first-person shooter game. Anyway, my point is this. Unless you're, a person like that, or even the slowest to type, or maybe you're not even typing on your computer, you're using your phone. Doesn't matter. Get yourself 100 free XRP. It's not some BS where, this is one of those guys who's going to do it, like I said, an airdrop scam. Literally got mine in 1 minute. Yeah, let's go. XRP. You're going to want to go to dexpool.io/liquidity-list. Coochie Boy did respond to it. He says, all I get is this. The site can't be reached. I don't know why he's getting that. And, you got to also keep in mind, credit, of course, to Menelect, who originally shared this with us. And I did believe that, I think, was it Tim Shea? He says, try a different browser. Maybe he got his. So some of you guys already got it. I mean, come on. Who doesn't want to add an extra? I think my connection just rugged. And it did. Like I told you guys, I had problems earlier. So let me fix this. Hold on. Let me see if I can do this. Had some problems with the software earlier. I know you guys can hear me. So just a second. Give me just a sec. I got to put all this stuff back on because the problem with the software. It's the stupidest thing I ever seen in my life. Give me just a second. It's like a conflict. This happens every now and then when I make a deep dive recording. Bear with me for just a moment. I had a feeling this was going to happen. And let's see. Let me see. See, I'll just delete some of my background. Yeah, I'm exposed. No. All right. Yeah, you just saw some things be exposed right there, but that's okay. There we go. There we go. All right. Anyway, hopefully that doesn't happen again, but it's a conflict because I did a deep dive on Jasmine. All right. So anyway, just thought I'd mention that. Kind of ruined the flow there for a second. Give me a second. I'll stop that. But yeah, I want to announce that. Let's get more into some of the comments. Thank you for being here. Nelly there, smash that like button. Thank you for being here. Nelly. I do remember your avatar. Pretty cool stuff. I think you got a pineapple going on there or something. Yeah, I remember you. Thank you for saying that, man. I appreciate it. Welcome back. All right. Let's jump further down. See who else we got up in here. Before we get into a few more people, I think a super chat came in, and I do appreciate that. Let me see here. Wow, man, I got to get through a whole bunch of these. I don't know if I get through them all. Good problems, right? Give me just a second. Didn't help that I had my camera had a conflict with the other software. All right, let me just go ahead and highlight your comment. And let's get down into. Let me check the other screen. I believe it was from Salamander. Man, you guys really got that algorithm going. That's really cool. All right, let's see where we're at in regards to that. So I'm gonna go way down. As I'm scrolling down, I see GF Burke. I see Riplar Prepper. Good to see you guys. Really appreciate you guys being here. Just let you know, I will not be able to get back to the top of the page. There's no way. Yeah, thank you for that, Coochie Boy. Yes. All right. We're the lucky ones, Matt. Yeah, I guess so. Crypto Homes 777. Thank you for being here. I'm just trying to scroll down Max's sermon. Sermon on the no. I would never do. That's one thing I don't do. I do not do blasphemy. I do not. Even if there's a hint of it, I just don't. That's just me. I'm also. I'll tell you this much. So when it comes to my students in class, like they might say certain things. Which of course, as a teacher, you gotta enforce stuff, right? But one thing I always let them know, and I don't care if they're believers, they're non-believers, and there goes my connection again. Oh my gosh, on my camera. Let me fix this just again, conflict. Anyway, the thing I was gonna say is if they say, "Oh my effing God," no way am I tolerating that at all. To me, that's like the worst thing you could say. So they know my policy when it comes to that. I will not put up with that at all. Let's see a different side of Mr. Stanley when that happens. All right, let me see if that fixes it. Hold on a second. Darn thing. Unbelievable. All because I did a deep dive video. Can you imagine that? It's just crazy. All right, let me see about. This is crazy. Hold on a second, guys. I apologize. I'm still with you. Just give me a second. See, they don't want me to make quant videos. They don't want me to make Jasmine videos. They want to suppress me. Whatever you want to call it. I don't know. Jeez. There we go. Go to none. Man, even that's all knocked out of whack. Let me see how it looks on screen over here. Yeah, let me fix that real quick. All right, yeah, sorry about that, guys. Apologize for technical problems. You may think, well, why don't you test it before I came here? Yeah, keep in mind, I can't test it until it's on the live. To be honest, it has a conflict with the software when I do the deep dive recordings. It's the stupidest thing. Anyway, all right. Let me go down to, of course, that super chat. My bad. And I'll read this real quick. Here's a first world problem. I haven't had a spare 5 hours to watch Max's WrestleMania Link show the other night. Jeez. And it's WrestleMania weekend, by the way. Well, Larry is here on the weekend, so unless he can't make it for some reason. I'm gonna welcome Cool Cat Crypto. Of course, Menelect, again, welcome as well. I didn't welcome you before. I want to welcome Stevie. Just hopping further down. Rain, welcome. KK, thank you for being here. All right. AZ Marine Sniper, thank you for being here. Just bought more Jasmine today. Hopefully you saw the video earlier today. April Cornwell, thank you so much for being here. Always appreciate you, April. All right. I think I might almost be to where I need to be. All right, here it is. All right. Salamander with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much. Please, XRP at $10 and XTC at $1, please. Oh my gosh. Yeah, you would be, I think you'd be more than set, right? I mean, yeah, you would be. See, the nice thing here's a key thing, guys. Let's point that out for just a brief moment. And again, thank you again, the Salamander. It's the power of the DCA. So if you have certain expectations, I know some of you guys are like, you don't need to explain this to me. Some people I do, and there's nothing wrong with this. So for Salamander, he has like, at least that I know of, unless you increased it, 1.5 million XDC. All right. So if you have 1.5 million XDC, think about how less of pressure that puts on him to achieve some of these goals. For a guy who, I don't know, let's say you have, I'm just throwing this out, right? There's nothing wrong with this. We all had different budgets, but you have like 10,000 XDC. Then you're new, for long term, you're holding on to that probably till what, like $20, maybe more than that. You think I'm saying XDC at $20 is a lot? How about Richard Common Sense Crypto? I've heard him say at least 2 or 3 times in his recorded content. By the way, great content creator. If you're not following him already, you should be. But he's mentioned as high as 80 at least 2 or 3 times, right? So the key thing is this: the power of the DCA. With Salamander, 1.5 million of these things, right? Technically speaking, if you only had a million, I know it sounds nuts, only a million, right? $1. I mean, some people may take into the equation, well, what about taxes? Technically, he's not get the whole month. So you offset that even more. The power of the DCA. So that's the beautiful thing about it. Like, all he has to worry about is just $1. And then he might just be like, you know what, I'm good. I don't want to wait another few more years. You know what I mean? Some of us are a lot older than the next person, right? Some of you guys may be watching, you're in your 70s. Maybe you're in your, pushing 80 or something like that. We don't know the case. Some people are on more limited time. Let's face it, right? Shout out to you guys who are a lot younger than all of us, right? You're maybe you're in your 20s. Heck, maybe you're a teenager and you like learning about crypto. You like learning about blockchain. But I'm telling you flat out, guys, it's the power of the DCA. Here's the perfect example with Salamander. I'm telling you flat out. He has been DCAing into XDC. Man, you probably have DCA'd into it like over 20 times I know of. Anyway, thank you for that. With all the camera going on and off and all that stuff, StreamYard freaking out with my software. If I skipped the comments, it was on purpose. I'm like way further down the list. So please, like I tell all you guys to give people the benefit of the doubt. Please give me the benefit of the doubt. It's not on purpose. Rain loves the rain. All right, cool stuff. Let's kick it into a couple more comments, and then we're going to get into the show, the news. Miguel, I'm feeling really bad because people may think in that bad NFTs coin, which I am not. I was referring to my NFTs collection that I have. Oh, shucks, man. Okay. That's all right. It's okay, Miguel. Just you said NFTs, and I was, yeah. All right. No, be good. I'm glad I highlighted it and clear. Made some clarity. But when I went to the site, I mean, some of those NFTs look kind of cool. So now watch, guys. NFTs is going to go to the freaking moon. I don't know. All right. Maybe like one or two more comments, and then we'll get right to where we need to be. I want to welcome River. Thank you for being here. Michael Montclair, also, thank you very much for being here tonight. I hope you guys are having a great Friday night. Chill out, relax, and, I don't know if it was River who pointed this out. And Blackwood, if you're here and I didn't give you a shout out, I want to welcome you to all you guys that might have skipped. It wasn't on purpose. But I believe it's either River or Blackwood between you guys. So I just want to state this before we kick it into the news, and I promise you we will do that. One of you guys points out the whole thing of, begging a lunch. So if you need to get a snack, you need to get a drink, whatever it needs to be, make sure you do it, and it's all good. We totally understand. But, let's kick it into some of that coverage. Although Brian Dowie says, Max, maybe YouTube is trying to rug you like they did to Hulk. I don't know. I mean, I don't. There was a thing that it prompted me to do an update, but I think I gotta do the stupid update. The only thing I hate about when I do the update, it resets my audio. It gives the background sound, so you hear my computer rev up because I have liquid cooling. You know what I mean? But anyway. All right. Yes, you're very welcome, Miguel. All right. Wow. This is what it's like to actually see the bottom of the comments this far into the show. All right. So we're 32 minutes into the show. Typically speaking, I like to go maybe 15 to 20 minutes where I welcome you guys, recognize comments real quick, and then boom, right into the show. Let's kick it right into the show. Glad that Tim Shea has a snack. Nothing like a snack. So let's go ahead and highlight that as a bookmark. Again, thank you, Salamander, for the super chat. Of course, super chats are welcome, but my main thing is I just want to see us grow as a community. So if you really, really want to help, you will basically reshare this, get it out there, and so on. And then any articles you have, instead of just DMing me, drop them on ctnnetwork.net. That's the whole point why we have that site. So it ain't gonna make much sense to have that site if nobody is gonna be dropping stuff there and so on. But I don't want it to be a situation where it's like, oh, I'm only doing this because Max and Larry are cool and stuff like that. It's not like that. It's just we're trying to make it as a nice source, a platform to make it easy for you guys, because some people don't like social media. They don't like Twitter, Facebook, and stuff like that. All right, so let's jump into it right now, and I think we're going to start some things off. Obviously, with where the heck is this? Real quick. Man, all this stuff kind of went away. I believe I have it right here. Yeah. All right. So we talked about the whole thing about the XRP giveaway. Let's jump into some of a lot of the outlines. Going to be either XRP, ISO 222. Everything that you see tagged, though, does have coverage. But shout out to Crypto Mike. Here it is. Just trying to pull it up in a way because everything kind of freaked out earlier. And I'm not the type of guy to procrastinate anything, but it's just everything kind of freaked out when all that stuff happened. All right, so here it is. And shout out again to Crypto Mike. You're going to see him quite a bit here. And, of course, he takes Zach Rector. It says, right along with the banks going down for ISO 222 upgrades. What is he talking about, right? So you have this here, and this is stamped from the Bank of China. Service announcement for scheduled nationwide system maintenance, right? Basically states, March 2023 onwards, technically the 24th of 2023 and onwards. Dear valued customer, please be informed that the Bank of China in Malaysia will undertake a scheduled nationwide system maintenance exercise. And did my camera go out again? Oh my God. I'm going to kill this thing. See what I'm saying? This is the stupidest thing I've ever seen. It should not be doing this. If it happens again, I might just have to say to hell with it and to be all, all the fudders out there, they can go to a bar or they can go meet some singles or they can go touch a boob or something because clearly they're not doing anything with their life. I hate to say that. other than flooding a project. But let me see. This is just the most stupidest thing ever. Give me just a second. I'm going to have to rip this thing out and completely reseed it. Give me a second. Be right back. Oh my goodness. It's just unbelievable. Well, like, I hate to say it, guys, that's the show. I know it's disappointing, but that is the show. This camera has 100%, I think, combined with the software, has completely gone out. Yeah, this just, I don't know. It's just constantly going on and constantly going off, which makes no sense to me. But um, you know what I could do? I shouldn't say this. That's a show. I guess I could do the Richard Common Sense crypto approach. You don't see me if you want to do that. Um, hold on a second. This is the most retarded. I shouldn't say that either, but you know what I mean. This is just being stupid. Yes, I am an IT guy, so it's not like I'm a complete noob to this. It's freaking ridiculous. Maybe I should do the old school approach. Treat it like it's an old TV with bunny ears, and I'm trying to beat the hell out of it and get some reception. Oh my goodness. One more time. Darn thing. Is it going to get pissed off? Wow. Jeez. Software is throwing a hissy fit. My goodness. All right. I guess we'll get. I said we're gonna call it a night. Some people left, but there's some people still here. So honestly, if it happens a couple more times, you don't want to see that side of me. I'm just gonna be like, no. Uh, yeah, I did say that on the live, didn't I? Yeah. So sorry. I just the way I feel about some of these flutters. It's just like you're like a troll who lurks around. Literally, I shouldn't state that, but I feel like that sometimes. It's like, come on, can't you do something better with your life? Go touch a freaking boob or something. I know that sounds bad, but like, never mind. I did say that. I apologize. All right. Don't want people to lose respect for me. All right. Let's kick it back into our coverage. I swear we have a great lineup. I don't think this thing is going to freak. There it goes again. Ugh. All right. Yeah. We're going to do strictly Richard Common Sense crypto approach, I guess. This is the stupidest thing in the world. Actually, we won't be able to. It's going nonstop, and I can't keep it from doing this anymore. It's just being stupid, and it's making the sound over and over. Oh my god! I was thinking I could go like, Richard Common Sense Crypto. Do you see that? You hear that in the background? Do you hear that where it keeps dinging, dinging, and dinging over and over? Most unbelievable thing I've ever heard. Let me see. There's got to be one last thing I could try. I know this. I really apologize. I apologize. Jeez. Show one more thing. Shucks. Might be this USB going out. Let's try the other switch real quick. All right. Like an old Nintendo cartridge, I had to blow on it, get the dust out or whatever. And I don't want to breathe the wrong way and piss this thing off. I'm gonna have to order a whole new camera. Probably gonna do it later tonight. That way, when I come back on Monday, I can still do some coverage. Oh, God, what a way to. The end of the week is supposed to be the non-stressful day, right? Oh, geez, yes, my boob talk, yeah. Josh, I apologize to the females. I don't want you guys to get a false perception of me. I'm a good guy overall. Just a little bit of my frustration comes out. Put a pick of Eva. Yeah. All right. Guiding boob. I don't know. That's the way I look at it. You know what? That's it. That's it. That's a show. I'm so sorry. That's it. I cannot keep doing this. This is ridiculous. So, guys, I will state there for this for all the fudders out there. Yeah, this one's on me. Go out there and go touch a boob for crying out loud. Do something better with your life. God. Jeez. Yeah, that wraps it up, guys. I'm so sorry. On behalf of myself, Larry, and the rest of the CTN crew, we're gonna have to call the night, and it's unfortunate because man, I had quite the lineup. Dang it. Yeah, I can't. Here's the thing: I have done a restart earlier April, and I done, I don't know, it was kind of having issues. So, all right, I'll restart it. Dang it! All right, I'll be right back. The only thing is, I'm gonna lose all these tabs. All right, I'll be right back. I always do a hard boot. I'm not the type of guy that leaves my computer on all day. But yeah, we'll give it a shot. Be right back. Okay. Um, hopefully you guys can hear me. And if anything, I think this camera is on the fritz. Really, I really think it's on the fritz. Yep, you can hear me. All right. I'm just trying not to move too much. Anyway. All right, Max. Rub one out, restart, and come back fresh. My God. All right. I mentioned something about a boob, and that's what happens. All right, that's okay. So I completely switched to a different USB port, and I just think there's something. This camera is literally on the fritz, so I'll have to order a new camera, which sucks, but that's all right. All right, I'd like to welcome Queen Perseverance. Thank you for being here. Yeah, probably. I guess that's what I'm doing, touching my man boobs. So, all right, let's go further down and let's go ahead and start this thing finally. My God, hey, look, it's me. Yes. All right, let's get into it. So, I'm kind of shocked that I'm finally here. All right. So let's start this thing with ISO 222. And again, thank you for you guys for sticking around. I mean, that's pretty cool that you guys decided to do that, busting out some jokes and stuff like that. I guess sticking up for the fudders, huh? By fudding me. That was really nice, Mike Cornwell, but whatever. So let's jump into some of what you see right here. Talk about this whole thing in regards to this timeline, right? So we talked about this for a little bit. It says 3/31, which is today, Friday, 9 p.m. until basically the first, right? April Fool's Day, 8 to 2 a.m. You're going to see the effective service of my debit. Why do we point out some of these, these things? Well, at the end of the day, you kind of, again, we're connecting the dots. Why is this important? Well, it's what's going on in the world as we speak. There's a little bit more in regards to this. You take obviously Zach Rector. You guys should know about Zach Rector by now. If you don't, I don't know what to tell you. Says on February 2nd, 2021, just a few business days after Silver Squeeze began, COMEX, which is, Silver Vault totals, hit a record high of 399,000, or I should say 399,777,568 troy ounces. Since then, over 120 million ounces, constituting over 30% of that total, have been withdrawn from exchange. And of course, I get tagged on this and so on. But one of the key things to understand is, again, a little bit more in regards to this outline. We'll take you to another thing. Why do we want to pay attention to this? Well, we need to. Hold on a second. Let me clear this out for a second. I was just Rule, give me a heads up. Very cool stuff. All right. So, here's another one, right? Shout out to this guy, ISO 222. Let's do it, right? Look what it says here. First Southern State Bank new online and mobile digital suite goes live April 3rd, right? And of course, we can see the reference in regards to that. But here's one of the key highlights. Look at this timeline. You have Sunday, March 26th. That's like what? Literally past, right? Monday, March 27th. Here's today, Friday, March 31st. Discontinuation of the My Card Rules app, discontinuation of internal account-to-account transfers within the current online and mobile platform, discontinuation of mobile deposits within the current online and mobile platform. Look what it says for April Fool's Day. Digital banking suite under construction. Sorry, no access to online or mobile banking. Sunday, April 2nd, digital banking suite under construction. Sorry, no access to online or mobile banking. How about the 3rd? New online and mobile banking digital suite is live. Download your mobile banking app from the App Store and so on. But notice a pattern here. Let's go to the next one. All right. This is a little bit different. But, let's get back on topic of crypto for a second. So it says the art of symmetry. Bitcoin seldom forms a perfect expanding triangle. If Bitcoin breaks out of this triangle, the moves will be huge. Look what it shows here. Look at this. Bottom left, huge momentum begins. You see this particular breakdown. And again, the whole point of the expanding triangle, they kind of highlight it there for you. If anything, I think I will go ahead and retweet that. Maybe you guys want to see that a little bit more. Let's get a little bit more of this. Let's jump back kind of to the topic at hand. Again, I had a perfect outline, kind of got all garbled. This was posted yesterday. Digital currency payment messaging, and again, credit to Mike Cornwell for a lot of this. Digital currency payment messaging is done, says city exec. Let's go further down. A panel at today's City Digital Money Symposium explored the regulated liability network, which is RLN, a big idea in which central bank money could coexist on the same shared network as bank deposits, tokens basically, and possibly regulated stable coins. While the RLN, which is again the regulated liability network, is not exclusively city project, as in like, Citibank, Citigroup, and so on. It was conceived by Citi's Tony McLaughlin at today's event, well, technically yesterday. He observed that the dawn of digital currency means that messaging is done when it comes to payments. Think about that. Think about ISO 222, why we make so much a big deal about this stuff. Again, you connected the dots a long time ago, but if anything, you have the proof in the pudding. McLaughlin started by clarifying that today's payments involve messaging and settlement. He observed that people often correctly blame SWIFT for slow cross-border payments. Well, yeah, with the MT messaging standard. But he reiterates, but it's rarely SWIFT's fault. This is interesting. So SWIFT is purely a messaging system with banks doing the settlement. And the delays relate to the settlement, not the messaging. The regulated liability network is quite different because it aims to be a settlement layer. Now, why I mention this? Well, as you know, there's other content creators that point this out. Crypto Lulu, Verson Alarja, some others, right? Why do we put so much emphasis on, for instance, real-time settlements or real-time gross settlements, RTGS? Well, here's a particular example, right? And this does make sense. So the blockchain community would have you believe that when a transaction takes place on a blockchain, settlement has been achieved. It has not been achieved, says McLaughlin. Why is that? Because settlement is a legal construct. It's not a technological construct. To address DVP, which if you're wondering what is that abbreviation, God knows there's too many abbreviations, right? Sometimes it's hard to keep up with it. DVP means delivery versus payment. And enable the settlement of tokenized securities, you need a construct that can achieve settlement and supports multiple currencies and assets. So, I mean, even though we've been following this for a while, it's nice to get a breakdown about that, right? So it says that's an infrastructure that does not currently exist today, he added. The next step. He thinks it is to conceive of infrastructures potentially using shared ledger technology. I should say shard. That's actually, well, maybe it is shared. Maybe, my bad. Yeah, that's not typo. Technology. I was thinking about, like for instance, Zilliqa, they have sharding. So I apologize. I read that wrong. So shared ledger technology that solves for settlement because frankly, messaging is done. Now back to this whole thing about SWIFT. They are the part of the regulatory, or I should say regulated liability network. And there's this whole thing about this, right? In regards to New York Federal Reserve. But look what it says down here about interoperability. Last year, SWIFT unveiled a CBDC interoperability trial that heavily used messaging. And we argued that the objective of the next generation money is to merge the message and the settlement. So before we get more further into this, this further pounds it home that much more that, this whole debate of SWIFT is going away or SWIFT is like, some people think, oh, it's just the company's going out of business or something. No, that's not the case. Many times we point out it's more that, SWIFT is being upgraded, right? That's the key thing. Swift is not going away. They're just being upgraded. So last year, Swift, like I said, unveiled the CBDC, interoperability trial. And of course, they argued that the objective of the next gen money is to merge the message and the settlement. However, like it states, they were harsh. Swift's goal is not purely to enable interoperability with new forms of money, but also with existing payment systems that will coexist for many years to come. If anything, that's part of regulatory, the compliance of, the traditional of TradeFi, basically, in a nutshell. As the current monetary system works on messaging, interoperability requires messaging for now. A guy who pointed out this whole thing in regards to, you got to keep in mind that was it over 1,000, maybe, I don't know, maybe 10,000. I know at least 1,000 banks here in the United States where, due to their compliance, they have to still have, the old system side by side for a while, right? And in my opinion, if you look at anything, it takes roughly about 10 years, literally, when it comes to fully implementing a new innovation that blankets everything. That's just my opinion. You can look more into that for yourself, though. There's an argument that Swift might be the most natural operator of the RLN. Our observation, not the panels, barring its affinity for messaging. However, through no fault of their own, the use of Swift as a sanctions tool puts it at a disadvantage for a global network. Sanctions are one of the drivers behind China's involvement in mBridge DLT network for cross-border payments. Now, I don't want to get into all this part right here about, Wednesday and so on. I mean, we have an idea what's going on with that. But if you jump down to this right quick, because we're going to also talk about, the thing with HBAR, with MasterCard. Shout out to, believe it or not, Space Chick Crypto. She did a lovely video on that. But let's talk about this for a second. MasterCard. Martin Etheridge added that payments are more likely, or I should say, are more than purely, more than purely who do we know that was doing a lot of that at the time? You had also MIT, who was also testing a lot of things with the quant connection. Remember when Gilbert Verdian had that whole thing with CBDCs and the testing and so on? We also understand that you already got that thing going on with LAC chain. We already established those connections. We confirmed those connections. But that doesn't mean I'm stating that this is going to be what the saying goes, one size fits all type of approach. Etheridge noted that the RLN collaboration between partners is because we all have different perspective of how you actually make payments work for customers. Literally, like just what I was mentioning. It's not a one size fits all. That is a valid observation, but the race for the future of money is well underway, so time is not on RLN's side. Now, when you go down to this part, it says, when McLaughlin first unveiled the RLN concept, if you're wondering how long ago that was, 18 months ago, he referred to the digital money format war. Think about it, digital money format war. What are some things that we recently seen? You can even throw in Cypherium in that mix, right? The whole thing of SkyGao, if that's the right way to pronounce it, it is kind of a war, a payment war, if you will. And of course, we'll share with you guys a little bit more info in regards to what happened with the whole Cypherium thing. Me personally, I'm not getting out of Cypherium. I know it sounds nuts. I'm not convinced that it's a scam. I did watch Sean the Crypto Smith's video. He even points it out that he don't feel as though it's a scam. But some of the things that happened, the delisting, right, didn't look too good. We'll cover some of this on Monday, obviously. But the general consensus, there's a digital money format war, whether it is with Cypherium claiming to be, the one when it comes to this whole thing of the Fed now, showcase and so on, or the next guy. So I want to get into this next part real quick, and then we'll kick it back into the comments for a brief bit. There's this, and shout out to Ripple Van Winkle. I do follow him actually on YouTube. I didn't know I wasn't following him on Twitter. He mentions Ripple XRP news, and this was yesterday. XRP explosion imminent. XRP about to blast off to $20 and beyond. There's other content creators stating this. I think even 2Bit mentioned 12, right? Germany's second largest stock exchange listed, XRP for buying and trading. There's a video below. I think we have a key highlight about this. I'll pull this up for just a brief moment because I don't want to play the whole thing because his videos, I think, is at least like 11 minutes or something like that. But yeah, we'll get into some of the key areas about this here in a second. If anything, I'm going to stop the share, kick it back in the comments. Thank you so much to whoever's here still and help grind through my technical problems. All right, so let's see here. We have, let's see here. Joshua, depends on how much porn is on the computer. You guys are horrible. Yeah, apparently everybody thinks that's what I'm doing. No, that's not the case. All right. Max built, hold on. Michael Montclair, Max built his, so he may need to go get his toolbox. Yeah. Jeez. You're horrible. All right. Let me see where we're at. Obviously, we're way further down. Max, excuse me, Max. Yes. I felt betrayed. You left us for Caroline. No way. No, never been that desperate, but thank you for that. You on timeout, buddy? No, I'm on timeout. I never had that problem before. Let me just say this much. It's complicated. And we'll just leave it at that. Tim Shea, most things are Sonia. All right, let's go further down. Stardock says, but is Bitcoin coming back down? I like to buy some more, to be honest. That I don't think so. I mean, maybe for a brief bit, but you can definitely get more of an accurate depiction on that from certain people other than us. I do pay attention to what goes on with Bitcoin and Ethereum, obviously, because it still represents 81% of the current market. But as far as like the TNA, you know what I mean? When it comes to, what's the new support lines and stuff like that, I try to keep up on it. Like, obviously the big one is like, are we going to hit 30K? Yeah, I'm going to pay attention to some of that stuff. But it just depends on like, how far do you want it to come down, Startup? That's what I would like to know. Yeah, those are doing well. XSP, I saw that earlier today. My free GBEX in my wallet. All right. Jean France says, hey. Excellent to Pluto, baby. Hey, Mr. Max. Magundung Gabi, my sister friend. When Stellar goes to $10, I'm holding a cookout for the whole channel. That sounds cool. If you're wondering, I think he's quoting Tagalog. My mom used to say that a lot too. But she was doing it in her native tongue of Cebuano, aka Visaya. All right. Blackwood. Have GBEX and XSP looking forward to the future. That's cool. Glad you have those. Both of those will be huge. All right. Let me go further down. Once a lot of transactions are being done, says Cool Cat, GBEX, the supply will burn crazy fast. That's cool stuff. All right. Cool Cat says, how you be paying tonight, sir? Why GBEX, of course. Hands away to GBEX card. That's a cool depiction. Hendrix, where can I buy XDC? You can buy that, for instance, on KuCoin, or you can go to other particular exchanges if you want. I'll show you that for a brief bit. Let me see where we're at. So you can go to, for instance, and this applies to anything. And if you're new to crypto, it's okay. You know, we were all new at one point. You can go to where it says markets. And it's again, this is from coinmarketcap.com. You click on markets. After you type in XDC, like I mentioned, like I got mine on KuCoin. Some other people, I'm talking about as far as buying it, right? There's a whole difference, of course, when you buy it and then where you store it, like cold storage and so on, right? Whether you're using Ledger or I think some of you guys said Decent and stuff like that. But anyway, it's on KuCoin. There's some other ones, right? Like Huobi, like obviously if you're outside the United States. Some of these other ones I'm not really familiar with. I have seen CEX.io, but BitTrue, obviously. But yeah, those are the exchanges. It's not on any decentralized exchange. At least I don't think so. Yeah, it's not. But yeah, for me, KuCoin would be the route I would go. I use KuCoin like, I don't know. I would say literally almost every other day. I mean, as far as trading, sometimes weekly, sometimes bi-weekly, but a few times per month for trading. Not so much a swing trading or anything like that, but KuCoin typically is my go-to as far as buying stuff. My second choice is crypto.com, but you got to keep in mind, I mean, me personally, for a lot of stuff that we deal with, right, with ISOs, your best bet is going to be with KuCoin anyway. All right. Let's kick it back to the comments just for a brief bit. Mr. Lambos is here. Thank you for being here. I guess you missed all the hell that we had to go through. So that's cool. Welcome, man. All right. All right. Let's see here. Hello to B Ricky. All right. Welcome. And yeah, just like what Cool Cat just said, uphold for you. All right. Fred Sanford drank Ripple. Yeah, so did Lieutenant Dan Taylor. Anyway. Volt Inu new crypto card. Interesting. We thought the same thing. I'm going to heaven, Lieutenant Dan. Well, before you go, run down to the corner and get us another bottle of Ripple. I remember that. All right, thanks. I didn't know that. Really helpful. No problem. What the hell did I miss? You didn't miss anything. All you missed is probably like a half an hour of me struggling with my camera problems. So, in which I'm gonna have to order a new camera. So, anyway, let me go ahead and highlight this from Brittany or Cool Cat actually, and let's do a stop screen. Let's share a little bit more of what we have on our outline. Pretty cool stuff. Thanks again to Mike Cornwell for sharing a lot of this. Talked about, of course, the expanding triangle from Bitcoin. This whole thing in regards to digital currency payment messaging is done, says city executive. Talked a little bit about the whole thing with XRP. All right, so I remember where we're at. This is Ripple Van Winkle video real quick. Actually, never mind. Apparently, I don't have that area saved like I had it before. Damn it, guys. I apologize. My whole outline got all screwed up. All right, we'll jump to the next part. This is good. And I think we shared this the other day with when Rue was on the show. So let's go ahead and share that. So we did briefly share this yesterday. So these need to go together. Pay attention to what's upgrading. This is massive, is what it says. Bro peeped this. I think he did. Richard Common Sense Crypto, Dr. X Broadcasting. Please put the math to this. This is it. All right, let's blow some of this up. It says online banking upgrade, right? Your new online banking experience arrives March 31st, which is today. Key features: to be able to check balances, transfer money, make loans, pay bills. Well, on the surface, people who don't know about this whole thing of the ISO 222 upgrade and all that type of stuff, right? Or going to a quantum financial system. They don't know. They just look at this like, oh, okay, it's just like any other app. I need to update this. I don't have access because, the site is down or the app is down or the bank is making new adjustments. But what is this really? Well, it's kind of like a reiteration of what you see right here. And I will blow this up a little bit more, and it's just going to kind of look blurry, but it's worth pointing out. Here it is. Remember Mr. Crypto Bellwether, Uncle, what's he call himself? Uncle Rick, I think, right? Good guy overall, right? Different point of view. That's okay. So it says XRP Ripple versus global transfer markets. Again, this is back in 2018, but look at what's mentioned here. The key thing is Nostro Vostro bank accounts. What does that represent? $27 trillion. So this whole thing that was mentioned before about, he felt as though that we were being lied to with ISO 222. I don't think that's the case at all. You know what I mean? And if anything, I'll never be the type of guy who would be like, I'm always right. I don't do that type of thing. I don't mean no disrespect to Bleaves, obviously. But my thing is this, whether it's myself, obviously, Crypto Bellwether and so on, people can have the right to be wrong once in a while. And my thing is this was never pointed out in regards to Nostro Vostro on that original video he put out. Now, of course, maybe he did an updated video. Some of you guys follow him, which he does address this. I don't know. But that was the main thing we drew to, brought to your attention, I should say, in regards to the underlying factor of the big whopper of them all, and that is Nostro Vostro bank accounts. Because if you understand some of this stuff, you understand that with Ripple's on-demand liquidity, this is the mother lode, if you will. Look what's mentioned here. Just to give you some size comparison. XRP market cap at that time, back in 2018, right? 30 billion. Western Union, 80 billion per annum. Global non-cash transactions, 577 billion per annum. Swift, we're always talking about Swift. At the beginning of the show, when we finally got into the show, we talked about this whole thing of 5 trillion per day with, I should say 5 trillion per day at the time of the outline, but we talked a lot about Swift. Look what was mentioned here, 5 trillion per day. So why did everybody make such a big deal about this whole thing of, ISO 222 is going to go off of Swift, or if anything, have another option, right? I think that's one of the key things we should mention, another option. What is the other option? Well, it's definitely done with, distributed ledger technology, right? DLT, but mainly speaking, it might not be 100% of the payment rails, but it's a big, giant percentage for the bank to bank because you have some of these equations. Nostro Vostro bank accounts represents 27 trillion. And look what it says right here. They're just sitting idle in foreign bank accounts. Sitting idle. With Ripple's on-demand liquidity, it solves that equation. Look at the change of scale. Global transfer market, Swift plus Fedwire plus Chips plus Western Union plus MoneyGram, right? Stellar. Equals transfer. Of course, that part is smudged. Equals payments. How many? Well, at the time for 2018, basically 2.7 quadrillion. I'm sure it's a lot higher than that now. When you think about where we're at right now with the debt, 32 trillion for a country. All right, one more we'll jump into, and this is good stuff overall, I think. So we did share that. I'll share you guys this a little bit more from Mr. Michael Cornwell. I'll just share it in a different way for you can see it. Smash that like if you haven't done so already. Who knows? Maybe we can salvage a pretty good show. I'll do my best. So, as you can see here, we got to mention Canada. Why mention Canada? Well, they're part of the whole mix too. It's not just U.S., right? And if anything, it's the rest of the world, right? We're talking about the central banks of the world. So, Canada, real-time rail. This is roughly 2 minutes. Let's play this. We'll come back to see what you guys think. Read some of your comments. Thank you for being here. Thank you for, allowing me to get through the grind of tonight with all the technical problems. Appreciate appreciate it. Smash that like. Here we go.
The real-time rail is Canada's fastest payment system. The RTR enables any business or individual with a Canadian bank account to send and receive payments in real time, 24/7, 365 days a year. These payments will be not just sent, but cleared and settled within seconds, giving the sender and receiver confidence that the payment has been finalized. What's so great about real-time payments? Real-time payments gives you control of your finances. When you make a payment in real time, it's completed in seconds, not days. You can pay bills like your credit card or phone bill on the due date, knowing the payment will be received and finalized in seconds, and with no late fees. Real-time payments also include more information about your payment. This data saves time and takes the guesswork out of your bank statement. What are the benefits of the real-time rail? Faster payments, guaranteed funds availability in seconds, less manual reconciliation, more data, and the highest standards for risk management. With the RTR, a business can distribute payroll, bonuses, and expense reimbursements to its employees anytime during the day or night. This gives it more flexibility around the management of payment cycles. Or, an individual can make a down payment on a new vehicle at the dealership in minutes, without needing a bank draft or a check. With the introduction of real-time payments and the data that will travel with them, Canadians and Canadian businesses will have new cash flow opportunities and be able to compete more effectively. The RTR also creates the opportunity for new payment products and services to be introduced as a result of the real-time movement of money. Visit payments.ca to find out more about the real-time rail today.
All right, so thank you again to Mike Cornwell. Let's jump back into the comments. But these are, these things are good to look at. That's the bottom line. So much focus on what's going on in the U.S., what's going on in the central banks of Europe, and so on. Yeah, that's even Canada, for crying out loud. Stardog says, "Wow, all right." Joshua Paget, what kind of camera are you running, Big Dog? I do not know that. I don't have an answer. It doesn't even list the brand. Now you may be wondering, well, what the heck? How did you get your camera? So originally, my girlfriend hooked me up with this camera. It's a good quality camera overall. I mean, it's not like, top studio production or anything like that. But I mean, I think it's pretty decent. The problem is clearly there's some kind of issue with it. And I think it's on the fritz. So I'll try to order off, I have an Amazon Prime account. And that way I get it here soon. Because my thing is I also want to keep up with the recorded videos and things like that. And if anything, maybe we'll highlight some features that you didn't see about my face that I had before with extra high definition, right? No, I'm kidding. But I do need a new camera. I don't know. I might order some other things along with it too. I don't want to go too crazy with it. But I don't know what brand it is, but thank you. Salamander's flexing. All eyes on what's going on, apparently. That banking upgrade, says Cool Cat. What if we all wake up rich in the morning? That'd be pretty sweet, right? John Francis, why can't Gensler vanish? That's a good point. That would be nice, Triple C. All right. We might as well have the apes pass their gas on SEC and Sam Bankman-Fried and Caroline. All right. John Francis says, I'm having a big cookout. Cool with bottles of Ripple. Salamander. In the past week, Korea has purchased billions of dollars worth of XRP. Very cool stuff. Ripple's on the rocks with a twist, please. All right. River states 0.97 XRP earned as of now on DEX. Oh, cool. I'll have to double check to see where I'm at on that. Yeah, let Gensler fluff him. That's horrible. Then what happened in Arkansas? I don't know. Let us know. John Francis, Pocahontas can vanish too. What a parasite. She's so bad for crypto. I don't care if you are Democrat or Republican or you're middle of the road like myself, whatever the case be, I'm registered independent. But my key thing is she's just bad for crypto, period. And this whole thing that she wants to, like Rich, a common sense crypto, point out, a campaign to basically, was it to recruit an entire army of anti-crypto constituents across the United States to join with her? Give me a break. All right. You're worth every minute, big guy. Well, thanks, man. That's a nice thing for you to say. I mean, I do appreciate that. This has been a long, hard day, and you know, I just, when this was happening, I was like, oh god, it's just another bad thing to happen today. But it's okay. I got through it, and I'm glad that we still have a crowd here that appreciates the content. Hopefully that is conservative. Hold on, let's read that again. I hope XRP can get to the dollar in XLM 25 cents this year. That's cool stuff. You know, when I first bought my first bag of XLM, it was at the 26-cent range. Excuse me, my eyes are just kind of bothering me. The 26-cent range, right? So when I was able to buy a second bag of XLM and double my position at roughly 8 cents, I was like, I'm doing it. Now, at the same time, I had the opportunity to buy more Ripple XRP, I think at about maybe 32 cents. But when I looked at the two, I said to myself, well, I already have a decent amount of XRP. I don't have a decent amount of XLM. All right, this makes more sense. And I was glad I did that. All right, John Francis, hopefully that is conservative. Yeah, I already read that, my bad. Brian Dowie could blow past those prices by Monday. You know, we have already a lot of momentum. Let's talk about that for a second. So, you know, let's take a look at what's going on with a lot of this, right? Some of you guys have already done this. Let's just pull this up for a brief moment. So, you know, looking at CMC, we have kind of like a lot of what you see here, right? But when you click on, for instance, you on the 7-day chart, excuse me, look at the consistent pattern. Stellar, 25%. XRP right there with them, right? XRP is up to 53 cents. Stellar is now over. Remember, it was such a big deal to get over 9 cents, then 10 cents. Now we're at 11 cents. Yeah, more of the Chinese stuff, conflicts and so on, which, you know, I'm with Ted of Lift Capital. He did a very good outline in regards to CFX. Maybe we, you know, I don't know how soon we will start covering it, but, you know, we probably should pay more attention to it because, I mean, come on. I mean, if you're the type of guy who was already into this, let's just pull that up for a second. You're into conflux. I don't know. Let's just put the 3-month mark up, like down here, right? At 3 cents. I mean, my God, you saw this thing as high as 45 cents, right? We're roughly around the area that we're at now. I would definitely say, depending on the person, millionaires were made, right? Yeah. And, you know, when we're looking at Caspa, remember how nice that chart looked, right? Just a nice, steady, you know, incline up, right? Beautiful stuff. This is for the 3-month chart. Beautiful. Absolutely. Is it really truly Chinese-matic? Well, not literally speaking, right? But, you know, I am with Ted with his outline. And of course, you can, you know, go to his channel. You can watch his lives. I think he might have done a video on this. I can't remember as far as it being recorded, but I remember he mentioned this on the live. But yeah, I mean, it basically is like the Chinese version of Polygon-matic. Look more into it if you choose to do so. But the general consensus of what you see here, let's go ahead and bring this back. Look at all this. Stellar, XRP, how about Hedera's H-bar? Really nice pump earlier today, right? And then on the 7-day average, 21% up. I think a lot of us are obviously in profits now. Depending on your entry point, just like anything. How about this, guys? You know, Casper. 9.26% up, 14.5% for the week. XDC, you know me, 12, almost 13% for the week. But the consistent thing that you see, I mean, even Cardano, right? I mean, it's not officially ISO 222 compliant. Yeah, Charles Hoskinson didn't even address that, but it's on the, it's on their agenda at some point, right? But people do throw ADA into that mix. I mean, we don't talk about ADA here that much. I myself, I have $4,000 into it, but I overpaid that living hell out of it. But I do have still quite a bit of it. But my key thing is, again, look at the consistent thing. I mean, these are all utility related is the main thing. Anyway, just thought I'd draw your attention to some of that. Let's talk or read John Francis' comment. Wow, Brian, I'll blow a gas if that happens. All right, let's see here. Brian Owie, not saying it will, but I think it's possible. Anything is possible, bro. Says John Francis. I think the kettle is definitely heating up. Brian Owie, John, a lot of banks doing upgrades this weekend could end any day. That's a good point. River points out, what's up with Caspa? It's on rocket fuel. It really is. Let's bring that up for just a brief moment as well. So, Mike Cornwell, if you're listening, I want to point something out to you. And maybe you heard me point out to you before, but maybe you got distracted. So the original guy, right? Mr. Papa X Mex. All right. Shout out to him if he happens to be watching, because I think sometimes he does watch on the weekend. He, in the same breath, when he was mentioning Rio, which we covered at 8 cents, blew up literally a few days after that video to well over 30 cents, I think 32 cents. So technically speaking, that was like a 4X, literally within like a week of covering it. Pretty cool stuff. In the same breath that he mentioned Rio, he mentioned Caspa. Now, of course, we did a brief intro in regards to Caspa, but check this out on the 7-day chart. Here's Caspa. Wow. Miguel, I added that. Remember I said, watch, I bet you anything, NFT stars probably went to the moon. Well, I guess. I don't know. Maybe that's a liquidity issue, but guys, that thing was up 351%. I don't know. Maybe it was just from moving liquidity. You never know. Funny how that works, but the volume is obviously way too low. All right, let's get on serious note. Caspa, this was up well over 100%. It's kind of averaged out since then, but 97% is not too shabby. We saw this in the ones. It's at, in the threes. Basically, that was a 3X. I mean, just like with Rio, right? Rio is a 4X. But the key thing is he mentioned this in the same breath. So my thing is this: when Papa X Max gives me some, drops some research for me to look into, I pay a lot more closer attention now, because I mean, he's 2 for 2. And if you're 2 for 2 on anything, I don't care who you are, what, walks of life, what your background is, and so on. To me, that's worth paying attention to. So I know you guys also mentioned WTK a lot. That is on the list for the next deep dive. It won't be an intro. It'll be a proper deep dive. I hope to God my software doesn't have any conflicts like it did this one. Hopefully by then I'll just, have the new camera. But yeah, we wanted to point some of that out. Remember, we're also going to do one on Telcoin. I think there's something big with that as well. The key consistent thing is what, guys? It's utility, right? All right. Cool Cat says Elizabeth Warren seems desperate with her horse poop. Okay. Joshua Paget. He bought XLM. He says my second after the Dogecoin phase, and it was 69 cents for $500. I learned a couple lessons after that. Yeah, that's part of the crypto journey, Like even me, right? I mean, I thought XLM at 26 cents. I was like, that's not too bad, but not realizing that we're going to go to crypto winter blizzard. I mean, it's one thing to go from a bear market to a freaking winter blizzard, right? Hendrix bought my first 10,000 XDC thanks to you guys. Really? Well, thank you for that. I'm sorry, you did that? No. Not financial advice, right? Not financial advice. Please do not sue me. But in reality, am I really too worried about that? Why am I not too worried about that? Think about it, guys. I'm not too worried about it because I too am also invested in this stuff. And we're not talking about, shilling some meme tokens. And I get it. A lot of you guys hold meme tokens. Heck, you guys saw some of my portfolio. I hold some meme tokens as well. Hold on a second. Key thing is we're not shilling some garbage. These are standout projects. So are we really worried about it too much? Not really. But yeah, you're not the only one who's told us. Salamander, shout out to you, man. If you still happen to be watching, maybe you moved on. You're like, man, I cannot listen to Max talk about some of this stuff about his stupid camera and the technical difficulties. Ski guys, I'm going home. Like it's all good. So but yeah, you're very welcome. If anything, we're just, giving you the news, sharing the educational content and so on. And like anything, we always say do more of your own research. You'd be glad you did. GS, welcome. Pocahontas can try, but will fail. The governing council has spoken. It's H-bar on fire. Aha. The H-bar governing council will crush her. Crusher. Wow, you're going to do that voice? I haven't done that voice in a long time. Yeah. Remember that? Mr. Mischievous, the devious of rug pull Inu. Anyway. All right. River says, Casper. We have some Casper news towards the end of the show. Someone Fug, good to see you, man. What up? You came at a good time. You didn't have to see all my technical problems. Joshua Paget. What is Elizabeth Warren, the H-bar council? What is Elizabeth? She's definitely not part of the H-bar council, that's for sure. Thank God. I think when you allow her to be part of that. All right, H-bar's next council member, the Death Star. Little known fact: my server that's located in Chicago, it's called DS2, as in Death Star 2. We've had that darn server since 2011. And at the time, maybe not so much, maybe it's not too impressive now, but I still think it's still pretty impressive. So shout out to you guys that know this stuff. It's got dual CPU, quad-core Xeons. It's got 144 gigs of RAM. It's got like a couple M2s on the board. It's got some backup SSDs. I don't know. The thing's still a beast. Anyway. Crypto McDizzle, I hope you all get what you deserve. We have all been here for a year, getting ready like a big team, sharing research. This is a documentary of millionaires in the making. Well, thank you for that. Yeah, that's the way I look at it too. All right, you guys welcome each other. Welcome, Mr. Selmo. Thank you for saying what's up to everybody, Selmo. Appreciate you, my friend. And McDizzle says, keep your eyes on the charts. Blackwood was trying to get Caspa. Funny how there's a Casper and a Caspa. Always makes me think of Tim Shea for some reason. Nothing against you, Tim Shea, but hi everybody. Let's get some Casper. Not that that's Tim Shea, just some random guy. I am a pro advocate of Casper. Yeah, well, I'm a pro advocate of Caspa. Get yourself some Caspa. Anyway. Blackwood was trying to, okay, I read that one. All right. Cool Cat. I'll predict some of the next H-bar council members: Microsoft, Tesla, Amazon, Walmart, Costco. Yeah, that's a good point. All right, let's go ahead and highlight that. Let's kick it back into our outline. Otherwise, we'll be here all night long. I don't want to be here all night long. I don't think either some of you guys want to be here all night long. And I don't want to be the type of guy where I'm still talking on the screen. You fall asleep on your couch, on your casting couch, as you guys would say. And you're like, oh, I came back and from a deep nap, and there you were. No, that's not the whole point of this. The whole point of this is to be a good show and to get something good out of it. All right. All right. So let's jump into this next part. And let's see what we have here. So we have a little bit more in regards to this ISO news. Check this out. I think this is the one I shared earlier. It is. So I take Mike Cornwall on this, right? Yes. Believe it or not, it's not just him taking me. I was like, you know what? This is right up Mike Cornwall's alley. Fiatleak.com is going wild for XRP in that area. Nurturing blockchain in Korea, right? Survey of Korean financial institutions. Let's just jump into the juicy stuff. Let's scroll all the way down, right? Look what it says here. Let's blow this up. I guess this is good enough. It says, in terms of the lines of business that were being pursued by these institutions, there was a noticeable concentration towards payments, 80%, to a lesser extent, capital markets, which is 20%. In most cases, only one line of business is being pursued in a pilot project, while in all cases, respondents indicated they would consider using digital assets for payments. When further, or as Rich of Common Sense Crypto would say, when further, you ever hear him say that? He says that a lot. Anyway, it's okay. So, in honor of Rich, when further probed as to which particular digital asset would be adopted, 20% indicated XRP. It literally is highlighted there. Remember we mentioned, and Sean the Crypto Smith pointed this out too. It's not that you're having one being, the 100% of the payment rails, right? But who's going to move most of the money? Do we have actual percentages? Well, here's an example. Yeah, it's from, the perspective of the survey of Korean financial institutions. But last I checked, South Koreans are pretty darn intelligent. And if anything, they're some of the best darn pro gamers in the world. They literally have esports competitions over there like crazy. Another little known fact, did you know that when it comes to esports in South Korea, unlike here in the United States, if you hack an online game over there, it is punishable. You're breaking the law. I would kill for that over here. Anyway, I throw in that 2 cents. But yeah, South Korea in this particular survey, right, indicated 20% adoption, but indicated XRP. And it goes on to mention, while the rest indicated unspecified digital assets other than Ether, Ethereum, and Bitcoin. The feature of digital assets that was identified as being the most beneficial is reliability, and rated second was competitive foreign exchange rates. Interesting stuff. Let's jump into a little bit more of her outline. So there's also this, and again, it's a little bit more from Mike Cornwell. According to this City Industry Report on Blockchain, Gaming, and Tokens, with contributions from Zinfin Official, trillions are locked up in debt, real estate, private equities, securities waiting to be tokenized and unlocked with what? Zinfin's XDC. We are XDC. Well, most of us are. Trillions of value, almost anything of value can be tokenized. How do we know that? Well, we did outline many times. Yesterday's show, we talked about this, right, with LCX, the tokenization of diamonds, the tokenization of bonds. Why is that all important? Well, of course, we have the outline. We already explained that. But look what is also mentioned here. If we know that everything can be tokenized and that the tokenization of, like it says, financial and real world assets would be or could be the killer use case, blockchain needs to drive a breakthrough. They, of course, forecast a 4 trillion to 5 trillion of tokenized digital securities and 1 trillion of distributed ledger technology, DLT-based trade finance volumes by 2030. Opportunity, tokenization, total address market, U.S. in the trillions. Listen to this stuff. 200 by 2030. Non-financial corporate and quasi-sovereign debt, 187 trillion. My God. But 1.9 trillion will be tokenized. 2030 real estate funds. Remember how we're talking about Rio, for instance, the tokenization of real estate. Understand that there's a big connection when it comes to Rio and what? Wall Street. $20 trillion. By the 2030 estimate, 1.5 trillion of that will be tokenized. How about this for size? By 2030, private equity and venture capital, that represents 7 trillion. But by that point, close to not quite a whole trillion, it will be tokenized. All right, the last two. You have securities, financing, and collateral. Why mention collateral? Well, remember that one guy that we showed you before? We sent an ISO 222 message, but he used XDC as what? Collateral. Says that's 42 trillion. The estimate is 0.5 to 1 full trillion of that will be tokenized. Tokenized of what? Securities, financing, and collateral. And last but not least, the trade finance sector, which is a huge sector, states by 2030 you should see of that 12 trillion 1.0 trillion to be tokenized. But the general consensus is when you add all this up, it's a big whopping lulu of things to add up. And of course there's a whole thread about this. I of course think this is big, but I want to take a moment. I'm going to jump to quant for a brief bit, and we're talking about XDC. But the reason I want to do this is because what you see here in regards to the forecast of 4 trillion to 5 trillion of tokenized digital securities and 1 trillion of distributed ledger technology, DLT based trade finance volumes by 2030. I have this thing, and I'm going to just stop to share for a brief moment. It comes from Mr. Quant Papa, but it's in relation to what you just saw there. And we'll pull up his particular tweet where he shares this video. A lot of you guys have already seen this video, but nonetheless, I want to pull it up again for you guys. It's good stuff. And let's see, I'm going to pull this one up. Here it is. So a lot of you guys have already seen this. People have chopped this up, and I'm going to share it right now. And here it is. Check this out for yourself. Gilbert Verdian says value will be derived in the trillions. Most of you have seen this. Some of you haven't. But listen to this. Some people ask me, Max, what kind of prices or what kind of market cap do we get for quant in the future? Literally, if you listen closely, you'll hear Gilbert Verdian kind of give you an answer. Draw your own conclusion. Let's go ahead and play this. Here we go.
So it's really becoming that globalization vision that we all had. The borders are becoming less relevant. Trade is becoming frictionless, and we're going to have access to the rest of the world for the first time. Right now, I think we're at the beginning of that transformation. And then from a business or a stakeholder perspective, you've got access to more markets and more customers than you've ever had before. So you're not limited to jurisdictions. You're not limited to, siloed islands, as you said, and the walled gardens that we previously had. So we're going to be able to truly enable that globalization, cross-border trade across the world for the first time. So in 5 years' time, where it's going to be, I think value will be derived in the trillions because, excuse me.
You play it more. Yeah, you heard him right. Play some more.
Because we will be transacting with new markets and new customers. And then I think in about 10 years' time, the way you send money on your mobile phone to a third party and the way you buy and sell goods, it's going to be like that, but global. You're not limited to your local country or your local jurisdiction. So it's going to be seamless. And in the end, in the back end, no one's going to care how it works. They just want to know, I can do business with this company in this jurisdiction, and everything's okay, and we could trust each other.
That's a beautiful vision, and I support it 100%.
All right, so there's that. Let's do one more, and we'll kick it back in the comments after that. So I just was trying to show you that. I'm gonna give you another good visual. Again, this is from Mike Cornwell. It's from this particular lady. Her name is XRP Queen. The World Bridge Currency XRP. We already know about this stuff, right? But the cool thing is when you talk about on-demand liquidity, right? Look at how it flows, for crying out loud, compared to Dash, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Beast, was that Bitcoin Cash, I guess, technically speaking, Lisa Litecoin, right? By the way, nothing against them. I mean, she's a good content creator. I was at her stream earlier. So, I just want to state this, right? So here we have the reputation where we try to read all the comments. Nothing against their channel. They are the extreme opposite of our channel when it comes to reading of the comments. So over there, the only time they'll read your comment is if you drop a super chat. That's it. They will not read your comments. So I went over there and all I basically said, and this is nothing against their policy. All I said was, hey, while I don't hold any Litecoin because their channel is focused on Litecoin, I said I can appreciate you guys as content creators. I said keep up the good work. Keep bringing that passion, and I just want to recognize that I do too. Realize it's a grind. So they just bring the comment up on the screen, never recognize what I said or anybody else. I thought it was kind of shocking. And the only time they would ever do it is if there was a super chat. So like you could have said like the most amazing thing, like I'm gonna give you $10 million. I don't know if maybe they would say something about that, but they don't mention it. They just flash it on the screen. So anyway, does that mean you guys are spoiled? I don't know, but that's not the point. The point was I just thought that was kind of interesting to get a different perspective. All right, so look at that. Look at how that's flowing. That is super cool. At least I thought it was. Transactions per second. But I mean, when we talk about that visual of on-demand liquidity and how it's flowing, I don't know. That's a nice stream. All right, let's kick it back in the comments. Hendrix, thinking Blackwood. All right, let's go further down. GS Triple C, you have a conversation with him. My bad. All right, let's go further down. Cool Cat H bar is basically a sure thing. I think so too, man. If anything, I could definitely. I think I need to get like at least one more bag to be satisfied with where I'm at. But for as long as I'm holding it, I'm still satisfied. But to really, really be like, you know what? That's a nice bag. I think one more bag and I'll be good. Hendrix says Blackwood. I hope I'm lucky than something. Okay. Salamander, Elizabeth Warren for Venezuelan president. That's where I believe, yeah, Mr. Hopefully he's listening right now. He's like, you're gonna say it, Max. You're gonna say it. Yes, I am. Doesn't mean I'm doxing you though. Mr. La Grande Commission, oui, originally from Venezuela. All right, let's go further down in the comments. Blackwood says Liz Warren owes me my CAS and LBC. Useless blankety blank. Okay, thank you for that. Crypto McDizzle says for shizzle. Be right back. All right, Whitewood's back. He says, yo, good to have you here. Selmo, you missed all the boobs and porn talk. Max had to excuse himself for a few minutes. We understood. Jeez. I was telling you guys that the fudders, not me, the fudders need to, go out and that's all right. But if you guys want to rock it that way, I'm a good sport. All right. Salamander says, Crypto McDizzle ready for Walt Disney, baby. All right. Whitewood, no flatbed trucks here, sir. All right, let's see here. The more you know. Yeah. All right, let's see. Fiat Leak is awesome. It is awesome, isn't it? Here's a direct link. fiatleak.com/XRP. Whitewood, LOL, butterfly in the sky. I can go twice as high. Take a look. It's in a book. It's a reading rainbow. Yeah, our childhood, right? What's his name? LeVar Burton. Man, did you guys see LeVar Burton when he hosted Jeopardy? I was so glad they didn't pick him. Like, he comes across a whole different way. I've never seen him in that type of light where, like, it just felt awkward. I can't explain it. Just, I'm glad they didn't pick him as being the host, because when he did the show, like, a few times that week, they would test him out. I was like, he kind of, he doesn't mesh well as a host of Jeopardy. That was just my own 2 cents. Some people liked him. I liked him on obviously Reading Rainbow, but for a Jeopardy host, nah. All right, Whitewood, that's great, man. Same here. Been investing in freedom seeds and silver. My cash is in assets or cash form, silver, etc. Okay, cool stuff. Blackwood, Reading Rainbow is the reason I read often. Grateful for that show. You have no idea. Yeah, you know what? There's nothing wrong with it. I mean, how about this? Remember Mr. Wizard? That was a cool show. You know, remember he had all his science experiments and so on. So when I was doing some subbing for science, because I normally don't teach science, but you could do here in Arizona, you could do like long-term subbing and so on. So when I was doing some long-term subbing for science, sometimes it's just like, well, all these kids like all the materials done, and I didn't want to be like a session where the kids just talk, because once they talk, man, it gets super loud and it's really hard to get back on task. So I was like, you know what, not Reading Rainbow, that would have been fine, but I was just like Mr. Wizard, and I looked up a few old school Mr. Wizards, and man, you can go on YouTube. There's a lot of still good quality Mr. Wizard videos. So. Man, it sucks that I had the problems with the technical problems earlier, but it's all right. I do appreciate those who are here. And let's see here. We have IMDPEP, discipline, prioritize, and purpose. Hello, sir. I didn't even see you came in. Where did you come? Oh, there you are. Greetings to you all. Yes, welcome. Glad to have you back. And Whitewood says, that's great, man. Oh, yeah, already read that. Let's see here. Burke is back. Nice. Was gone. Had to touch the lady and eat. Oh, okay. Well, good thing you mentioned that, because if I would have mentioned that, apparently that's, imaginary, and that's me turning off the camera and me going to, as Brian Dad would say, P-Hub, which is, you guys are bad. D-Gen talk. Now, all right. Whitewood, I went out to April's smoke shop, and all right, let me go further down. Yeah, you missed your D-Gen talk. Oh jeez, there you go. All right. McDizzle says, give the show a like and go like it with all your names, and it will play while you sleep. Lol. Watch more watch hours for the show. We don't need any more watch hours though, so we're not the type of show where that's gonna kill us, you know what I mean? If we were a channel like where, I don't know, we had under 1,000 subs, yeah, I think we need at least 4,000 watch hours, but that's not even an issue. That was probably a long time ago. I mean, I'd be like, oh, if I was still on Maximus Crypto, the one I had before I joined up here, then I'd be like, oh yeah, man, lots of watch hours, but I don't know. A lot of people have false perceptions on how much you make from YouTube. You don't really make that much money at all, really. You don't. Some people, in reality, I think the only YouTube content creators that make a decent wage, I guess you want to call it, are the channels where they have at least 20 or 25,000 subs. But your views also have to be consistent. And then on top of that, the likes, all that stuff. So, at the end of the day, it's all about the engagement. You know what I mean? Like, you can have, and here's a perfect example, right? So for my DPG Maximus, my gaming one, I have like 2 or 3 videos where I have 120,000 plus views. But those videos like maybe produce 50 or 75 bucks. You know what I mean? Off 120,000 views, those should have been like in the thousands or something, in my opinion. It's the engagement. It all depends on what kind of ads are these people clicking on. Did they go to the site that was producing, the ad? Did they order something? I mean, obviously that's how you maximize some of that stuff, but to be honest, like what we make here is freaking peanuts. It really is. But it's better than nothing. All right, so let's see here. Oops Boobies, you said check it out on YouTube. Well, I wouldn't do that on YouTube. But if you want to look that up on YouTube, you're more than welcome to do so. Burke, so Caspa is about to do that rocket thing again. Yeah, I think so. What wallet supports Caspa? Well, hold on. Let me Google that for you. No kidding. Let me see. Caspa. Oh, what wallet supports that? Let me just also Google that. Let's see here. There's Web Wallet is the most user-friendly and secure wallet for Caspa. What's another one? Caspa Web Wallet. That one gets brought up a lot. I think that's the only one I can really find right now. All right, let's go further down. Yeah, Caspa has their own wallets. Ledger support is about to hit. That's cool. Burke says Silver Shipment and Coinbase Visa showed up today. Here's your names. Yes, go do that. Especially if you're a Flutter, you should totally do that because most of those guys are just trolls. Yeah, you got a lot of those. All right. Your Freedom Seas. All right, let's read this real quick and we'll kick it back into the comment or the outline. Aaron Rodgers, quote, I want to host Jeopardy. The world, quote, that's nice. Now get your blankety blank back on the field. We don't have time for this. And didn't he already sign with the New York Jets? I can't remember. All right, I got paid in Freedom Seas this week, programming local ham radios for locals. That's cool. All right. Any updates on a show about free crypto / airdrops, Max? You were talking about it a while ago. That link for XRP on Dexpool was easy the other night. Any more? Yeah, you guys wish. That's the only one I had. Because let's face it, when it comes to most of that stuff, it's like scam stuff. But I mean, the one for the Dex tools, right? That was legit. You know, I have 100 extra XRP. I mean, yeah, there's kind of a catch, but as far as the sign up, man, it was like hard. Like there's no pain, right? You don't have to jump through a bunch of hoops. You plug in an email, pretty much it. And then literally within 1 minute, it reflects that. Some of you guys have already earned a little bit in regards to that, but I'm not complaining. 100 free XRP is 100 free XRP. And if you believe that XRP long term, like I do, will eventually go to not just like 1,200 in XRP, like 10,000, right? At some point, maybe way, way out in the future. But the key thing is, what if a person just didn't even hold any of XRP and that's all they got? That's not too bad. You know, if you do the math at 10,000 XRP, that's $1 million worth of XRP at some point in the future. All right. Your junk silver. All right. McDizzle, Max, breakdown into ELK. Stable coins, the swap functions, build big deal, low cap, massive possibilities. Yeah, we can do that, man. I mean, I've talked about it before. I mean, we did that the other night. I want to. Here's the thing, man. This thing got kind of messed up, and then now I have a lot of this. But yeah, I could get into that. I'm not gonna get into like right at this moment, but hold on a second. I want to show you this. It's something that you actually shared, Mike. So I want to kind of keep it on this topic. So check this out, guys. This is from Watch Your Guru, and look what it says. Federal Reserve says its FedNow digital payment service is faster and better than traditional banking. How so? Well, we're going to play this. This was pretty cool, right? This was posted yesterday. Kind of funny how there was Cypherium FUD yesterday. Not funny, haha, but funny, right? Cypherium FUD yesterday. This is also posted yesterday. What the heck, right? All right, let's go ahead and play this, and then we'll be right back in about 3.5 minutes. Here we go.
In today's fast-paced world, time is money. More people, businesses, and organizations are demanding instant payments. That's why the Federal Reserve is developing the FedNow service, a safe and efficient instant payments infrastructure that will modernize the U.S. payment system. The FedNow service will give financial institutions the opportunity to innovate, enabling their customers to send and receive money in seconds, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Funds will settle between financial institutions in real time, which means there's no buildup of interbank obligations, and end users will have access to the funds in seconds. How will the FedNow service work? Imagine the owner of a coffee shop is running low on coffee beans and needs to schedule a quick delivery. She places an order, and the coffee bean company sends her a request for payment. She responds to the request for payment and pays for the coffee beans right then and there through an app from her credit union, which uses the FedNow service. Once she initiates the payment, her credit union screens the payment and sends an ISO 20022 compliant payment message, either directly or through a service provider to the FedNow service over the Federal Reserve's FedLine network. The FedNow service instantly validates the payment message and passes it along to the coffee bean supplier's bank. In real time, the supplier's bank confirms to the FedNow service that it intends to accept the payment, and the FedNow service debits and credits the master accounts of both the shop owners and the coffee bean supplier's financial institutions or the master accounts of their correspondents. The FedNow service also immediately sends a payment message with an advice of credit to the supplier's bank and notifies the shop owner's credit union that settlement is complete. Finally, the supplier's bank credits the supplier's account in near real time, making the funds available. The supplier's bank will have the option of sending a confirmation to the shop owner's credit union that the payment has been posted to the supplier's account, providing the coffee shop owner with certainty that the payment was received. The FedNow service will be designed to be flexible and support a broad range of potential use cases. Banks, credit unions, and other industry providers can use it as a springboard for innovation to support a range of applications such as account-to-account transfers and bill pay. For example, now imagine it's after hours and the shop owner gets a reminder that her car insurance bill is due today. She may be able to avoid a late fee by initiating a bill payment in her credit union app and selecting to pay it now. Later, she repays a friend for a pizza they shared using an app provided by her credit union that clears and settles through the FedNow service. With this service, banks and credit unions can remain competitive by offering the type of payment options customers increasingly expect in today's fast-paced world. The FedNow service will support flexible adoption, allowing financial institutions the option to work with aggregators, processors, and correspondents to adopt the service. Banks and credit unions will also have the option to adopt the full set of FedNow capabilities or sign on as a receive-only participant. The initial launch of the FedNow service will focus on core clearing and settlement capabilities. Additional features will be released in phases to meet evolving industry demands and changes in technology. Get ready for the FedNow service. Learn more at fednow.org.
Yeah, I do agree with Crypto Mike. That was directly to the point. And I also agree with Cool Cat. FedNow is using XRP. I mean, just because it doesn't blatantly say it, if we've done our research, and we definitely have over many, I don't know, almost a year now, I guess, something like that coming up. But one of the main points is, drawing those connections. We will do it with XRP, obviously Jasmy. Some people might be asking, well, where is the Jasmy news? We don't have Jasmy news. Why don't we have any Jasmy news? Well, I'll tell you why. Right here it is. I'm gonna show you this real quick. So let me highlight. There's a bookmark, Cool Cat's section of, or I should say, just his bookmark from his comment to kind of keep me in check on where I'm at. So I released this a few hours ago. And I don't make much requests ever on anything. It's just something I don't do. I'm gonna tell you flat out. All right. I don't brag much on anything. I'm a humble person. I'm telling you flat out, if you haven't seen this video, I absolutely brought the fire when it came to this video. This is a deep dive in regards to, like it says, Jasmy Hyperledger, now payments. Will Japan CBDC use Jasmy? A deep dive, cover the whole thing, give you an outline, break down what Hyperledger is, Hyperledger fabric, right? We talked about some of this stuff in the past and so on. Is there really something there? Is it just a bunch of hopium? Draw your own conclusion, but you owe it to yourself to look into this. I don't really make much requests, but if you're a fan of CTN and you're a fan of the content we give, this is one deep dive, I'm telling you flat out, from beginning to end, that you're not going to want to pass up on. And so whether it's you, Mike Cornwell, whoever, you owe it to yourself to take a look into that deep dive I put out. And if anything, check out that thumbnail, huh? Not too shabby. Let's blow it up a little bit. Not too shabby. Trying to up my game on my thumbnails, as you guys would say, my thumbnails or your muh. All right. Some people like it. Fascinating and optimistic, says Sobo. Thank you. But if anything, I'm sure that the fudders are going to come out of the woodwork like cockroaches after they wake up, right? They come out at night. You know what I mean? They kind of come out of the woodwork, and when you flip that light on, they scatter. So the light has been flipped. The switch has been flipped. Does Jasmine have something really going on with Hyperledger? Well, again, but man, I'm telling you, from beginning to end, and especially the icing on the cake, and I'll give you a little hint, is the whole thing about a particular, was it governor of Japan, some of his particular statements that connect all the dots. I'll just put it that way. Connect all of them. All of them. This is the only Jasmine video I have ever requested, or any video for that matter. I mean, I've done some good ones on Quant. I'm telling you, on this one, I brought the fire. All right. Kick it back to the comments here for a bit. We have more on our outline. Yep, that video was to the point. From Fed Now, excuse me. McDizzle, whatever the cat is, male, female, no one knows, but it has a point. Fed Now will use XRP. That's a good point. But the cat does watch Die Hard. And the cat, at the same time, is a fan of Twilight. So I am with you on the whole thing of male, female. But it's okay. Shout out to Cool Cat Crypto. All right. Cool Cat says Cypherium was nothing more than a smokescreen to steer you away from XRP. Yeah, my thing right now, like I was telling Crypto Smith, Cool Cat, is, and I don't mean for it to sound like FUD, but for me right now, when it comes to my Cypherium, or as you guys would say, my Cypherium, I look at it from the perspective of hopium. Right. And, at the end of the day, I don't really want to invest so much in hopium. Now, you're really going to think this is a Lulu. No disrespect to crypto Lulu. So this is what I was telling Sean Crypto Smith earlier this morning, actually, in a tweet or DM, one or the other. So let's pull this up for just a brief moment. Here's Cypherium. Right. Some of you guys are starting to call it Cypherium Classic. Oh, God. So here's Cypherium. Now, a typical person, and some of you guys do this, right? And I respect, that you got out of it. Shout out to Miguel if you're still watching. You got, you DCA'd into it and then you got out, right? You probably pulled out during a time which maybe you still profited. I don't know. I, of course, still hold a bag of this. Now, this is just the way I am by nature, all right? I'm not saying for you guys to do this, right? Not financial advice. This will be what I always say. Look what's going on with the volume. Up actually 132%. Why is that? Because people are recognizing that, to a sense, this is kind of distressed at this point. My thing is this. I'm still going to hold my Cypherium. Call it Cypherium Classic, where the heck you want. I don't care. My key thing is this. Did you notice that there's a couple things that happened recently on CMC? I'll wait for it real quick. See if anybody's noticed. I'll leave the screen up. All right, we'll go down a few more comments. I'll get to the point here in a bit. Just a second. All right. Good Jasmine video. That pick is Calico lol. All right. So I'll wait for it just a little bit more. Here, I'll take the comment off, or you could just take a moment to look at the screen real quick. For you guys driving down the road, right? You can't really see what I'm talking about. So, even though we don't play Cryptivia here no more, right? It was not a hit. This is the one little hint of a Cryptivia. I'll give you guys like 30 more seconds to spot it out. It's literally right in front of your eyes. Can you point out the new thing on CMC, guys? Come on. What is the new thing other than what you see as far as like the dip in the price and obviously the volume? Come on. Give you like a Final Jeopardy question. Do you see it? I see it. What is the new thing that CMC, guys? Come on. Look at the screen. If you can. If you can't, if you're driving or whatever. take a look at the screen. There's technically two things, but yeah, take a look at the screen. That's not the thing I was pointing out. Cool cat crypto. All right, do you guys give up? I know there's a delay. Maybe there's a coin market crab. No. All right. So I guess you guys give up. It does. Remember we talked about this? Look at the ranking. Went up dramatically in the ranking. Why? CMC did verify the market cap. 8,786,000. All right. So they went from what were they ranked before? Like 2,000 or 1,500 or wherever it was before. They do have a verifiable market cap by CMC. The volume is way up. Now, the point I was trying to make is this, all right, for Cypherium. And that is this thing could tank below a penny, right? Or well below a penny. Yeah, I will load up on it for the hell of it. I would look at it from the point of view of hopium at that point. I would not try to continue to DCA into it after that. But that's just me, you know? I just look at like, well, you never know. But in reality, we should not be doing any investments that way because that's not really investing. That's kind of like gambling, right? Let's be honest. Anyway, just thought I'd point that out. They do now have a verifiable market cap, at least from the CMC perspective, you know, to each his own. Not everybody's a big fan of CMC because of the politics. Perfect example of that is what, guys? Perfect example of that is Hex. Pull that up. Look at that. Rank 201. They do have a verifiable market cap of 14,343,000,000. And when you go to the top 10, look what happens. So let's just say it was 14 billion. If that was the case, then Hex should be listed right after XRP and above Cardano, technically 7th overall market cap. But they're never going to get listed that way. Why? Due to politics. Maybe CZ doesn't like, you know, Richard Hart. He thinks he's a horrible dresser. I would never be caught dead in public, looking like a doofus like that. I don't know what the case is, but whatever it is, right? There's something there. Politics. Anyway, let's jump back in the comments for a brief bit, and then we'll get back into our outline. So Cool Cat says he's a guy kitty, if that helps you sleep, McDizzle. I guess the calico was a hair dye. All right. Let me see here. Yeah, thank you again, KK. I appreciate that, especially from you. All right. Twister in Little Rock, Arkansas. Oh, is that what happened? Huh. Max Tornado tore up Little Rock, bro. That's horrible, man. I think Little Tornado Alley has shifted to the east. More might be okay. Interesting. All right. So let's get into a little bit more what we have here. This next one is from Coach JV. We'll probably pause at the midpoint because this one's like 9.5 minutes. But man, you know, it's big stuff. You know, I listened to his recorded video that he did this morning from the 3T Warriors Academy. But check this out. It says, or let me share it. This comes straight from Coach JV. We share his content quite often. Next 30 days will be massive shift in banking, he says. Next 30 days. Let's go ahead and play this. We'll pause it at the 5-minute mark. Kick it back in the comments just for a brief bit. And then we'll play the rest of this. Here we go.
The next 30 days, you're going to see the biggest changes you've ever seen in your banking system. I want to make this very clear. Don't make any financial decisions based on what I say. I'm not a financial advisor, and there's no reason to panic. If you don't have over $250,000 sitting in the bank or millions of dollars in your institutions, then I truly believe you have nothing to worry about. But you do need to understand at a very deep level what is actually happening with your banking system, because this is the greatest time in human history to shift your family's timeline and build generational wealth. And I promise you, 99.9% of people are going to miss this shift. Here's why. Number one, we're programmed to get rich quick. Number two is we're programmed to worry about shit that doesn't matter. And number three, 99.9% of people have zero clue what is going on. So on April 24th, 2023, you can look at Wells Fargo account addendas. FedNow Services is now a qualified direct deposit. We're saying, well, why? What does that matter? Here's the biggest change that's going to happen within the banking system. I just did a video linked in my bio on my YouTube channel. Every day I do videos to educate you. 30-minute, 20-minute videos. It's a Senate bank hearing around the bank failures. We are moving to 24/7 real-time payments. The old archaic banking system is dead. The old system operated like this. You put money into the bank, fractional reserves. They took your money, they lent it out. If we needed support, they printed money, or not us. When their brothers and sisters and their big institutions needed support, or the government needed to be bailed out, they just turned on the printing machine. Well, this worked for a while. A credit-based system is very healthy if there's good policies and people leading it. But when greed and lack of management and oversight and boom and bust cycles come in and the get-rich mentality is stuck, we end up in the position we're in right now. So the can has been kicked down the road so far with a low interest rate environment and the printing machine turned on full blast and there being nothing backing the US currency. Now we're at the end of the road. Now there's a massive difference with the end of this road. In 1929, there was a problem with the banking system and there was bank runs. It was hear ye, there's a bank run. With Silicon Valley Bank, this was completely different. There was almost $180 billion liquid in 24 hours, liquidated in 24 hours due to social media and technology. So you didn't have to go out of your house and run and stand in line in a bank. You could liquidate your money in seconds on these apps. So if you watch the Senate bank hearing, they know that's what they're up against. And you think they just started preparing for this? They've been preparing for this since 2017. Those are when I can measure when they've been preparing for this. Wells Fargo Bank linked up with R3 for real-time payments. Bank of America's Ripple's in its patent. JP Morgan, Jamie Dimon said you should be scared shitless of fintech. Well, the big six are set up. Wells Fargo, Bank of America, and JP Morgan have already got set up for this new system. These small regional banks are in survival mode right now. Because remember, you are the liquidity. Our deposits, our money are the liquidity. Here's where we're at. So when Jerome Powell decided to fix this economy and cool inflation by raising interest rates, they knew they were ready for this new system. So as he jacks up interest rates on the back end of this year, Q3 and Q4, the job markets are going to feel the pressure. People are going to start losing their jobs. The middle class is going to get wiped out. Leverage towards technology, move down to the working poor. And by 2024, you're going to need more stimulus. By 2024, the whole system will be set up with real-time payments, 24/7 on-demand liquidity. And this will allow you to set up your app on your phone and you'll get your stimulus in the FedNow services on an app on your phone. And the bank can't charge you for a direct deposit of FedNow services or real-time payments. So you'll be able to take your real-time payment from FedNow services and your stimulus and put it into your local bank, providing liquidity to the banks so they can lend out. Now money will move much faster. So here's why we're in trouble and here's what they need. Banks make money in three ways. Number one, interest income. It's effed right now with interest rates. Number two is capital markets income, which is like the stock market trading services. And number three is fee income. So if interest rates are rising and we can no longer afford to get loans and companies are struggling and they can't afford the interest rate on a loan, your interest income is effed.
We will play the rest of this. I think this is pretty good. Just going to read a few more comments and we'll play the rest of this. Dell, welcome. Hello, Max. Just in. Any news about Nexera? We do have a Nexera segment, and there is an update that was released, I believe, today. So if that's what you guys are looking forward to, stay tuned for that. It is part of our outline. That coach, yeah, he lives here in the Phoenix area, actually, in Scottsdale. I think he's a pretty good guy overall. He has good research. River says Mississippi is getting torn up again. The 3T Warriors Academy, they're actually going to do it's kind of like a convention type thing or expo or something like that, and it's going to be in Mesa, which is also part of the the southeastern Phoenix metropolitan area, or we call it the Valley of the Sun. So they have this big thing. It's like a 2-day thing. I have to look into it. I think there might be like a pretty big cost because they want people to stay at the hotel and and so on. But I wouldn't mind attending it if I can attend it from just like a spectator point of view or something like that. I don't want to like obviously like spend a couple nights there and so on, but I wouldn't mind attending the event. And even meeting this guy, shaking his hand and so on, just let him know that I appreciate everything that he's brought to us, in general. The embracing the communities, or content creators that have really put together quite a bit in regards to following and keeping up to date with what's really going on. They can't. Oh, okay, you're talking about where you're saying like kick the can down the road. Yeah. All right. Let's play the rest of this. Thank you guys for the updates in regards to the tornado situation. But yeah, we'll play the rest of this. Here we go.
The capital markets are going to come collapsing down on the back end of this year. We're in the end of the Shemitah, so they're going to see a hit in that. Where you can make up the gap is fee income and moving money at the speed of light. It's no longer going to cost $35 to send your money through a SWIFT system up and through the Federal Reserve. It's going to cost you pennies on the dollar. The bank's only going to have to pay 1 cent. You're going to pay 35 cents, and they're going to have velocity of money moving at the speed of light. And the more faster they can move money, the more money they're going to make. And the more people they can get into the system, the more they can tax you. And the more they can tax you and the more money they can get in the bank, the more money they can lend out. So basically, the casino is moving over to a digital currency type of way. Here's what I think the system is going to look like. Is there's going to be I'm not supporting this, but there's going to be central bank digital currencies. There's going to be a hub that is going to transact and flip those central bank digital currencies into the other central bank digital currency so you can transact at the speed of light. These things will be happening super, super fast. This will create financial inclusion, or what they say financial inclusion. And now somebody who has in a impoverished country can now take their business and put it online and actually transact with us in America. There will no longer be a dominant force like America bullying everybody else in the world. I don't create the system. I'm just telling you how the system works. There's a reason why the BRICS countries right now are coming together to de-dollarize. Why would you hold dollars, or why would you let the dollar dominate you, or America dominate you and ruin your financial system because our interest rates are going up when America is at 130% debt to income ratio? We're bankrupt. 33% of our debt is held outside of the United States by 2 countries are the top holders, which is Japan and the C word country. And our Federal Reserve is supposed to be monitoring the banking system and basically is letting it collapse. So think about it. If you're a president, like the president of South Africa, or Kenya, the president of Kenya, my apologies, comes out and does that video and said to the market makers, I would highly recommend you start exiting the dollar because in about 2 weeks, something's about to change. The system is going to be different, I believe, in the next 30 days. Now, you may not hear the announcements or hear the changes, but know the system changes are here. So that's how I do my investing. I look at the infrastructure. I look at the moves they're making 5 to 10 years from now. I don't listen to YouTubers or TikTokers. I listen to real economists that are making real moves, that have real leadership teams that actually understand macro and microeconomics. Unfortunately, me as a TikToker and a YouTuber, I don't have the insight. I'm not part of the elite of the 1%, and no TikToker or YouTuber is getting information from the elites. The elites are telling you to look this way, as there's a whole nother narrative going on this way. My skill set is having a logical circuit as a generator and be able to see things logically and non-emotionally and connect the dots, forge a trail, make a mistake, come back and build a foundation and provide safety for others. That's my skill set. So I hope this information reaches you well. If you have not subscribed to my YouTube channel, if you like my content, subscribe to my YouTube channel, guys. Every day, my team does videos. It's free education to help you take a deep breath and make the complex simple. There's no reason to go run the banks, guys. All these banks are going to get bailed out. They're going to get monopolized by the big 6. So don't panic. Don't freak out. Get your shit together. Learn economics. Learn how money works. Learn that money is just energy. It's just currency. It's just fluid. And you're getting paid based on the value that you value yourself. So if I could build a system to teach you to be devalued, then I could control you any way I want. So get your shit together. Know how powerful you are. Know that you are loved and you're a powerful, powerful being. And you are a child of God. I love you guys. Warriors, rise. Get your shit together. Let's go. If you're still here and you need support, join my 120-day challenge, 7 days for free in 2023. Try it before you buy it. 60% of people stay because it's the way to change your life. Not to become like me, to figure out who you are during the biggest shift in human history. Love you guys. Link in bio.
All right. Yeah, I had to play the end of that because, I mean, why not? All right. So it's all about perspective, and it's also about the knowledge that you gain from understanding different perspectives. In regards to some of the things you are saying, Mr. Cool Cat, yes, I am aware of that. My friend has pointed this out many years ago to me. And I have to admit, many years ago, I used to think he was crazy. I'm like, man, you just, he was my best friend, or he still is. My friend Mike, Mike Cornwell, he's my homie too. But I've known this guy since, oh man, I known him since like 1999. But yeah, I mean, in the early 2000s, he was talking about the World Economic Forum before anybody else was talking about it. He was talking about this whole thing about CBDCs. He was literally talking about everything that we're, sharing, right? And he did mention, not necessarily 20 years ago, but I remember, I think he was talking about some of this stuff maybe possibly back in 2013, so maybe about 10 years ago. And I was just like, I don't know what to think. But I look more into it, and I'm like, oh my gosh, man. Some of the stuff that we thought he was, the quote unquote kind of kooky, nutty, I love you, bro, but you kind of nuts. And I was talking about some of the stuff, when it comes to especially the World Economic Forum. This is on the phone maybe like about a week ago. And I said, you know what, man, I owe you an apology. A lot of stuff that you mentioned, it's absolutely true. He talked about, the whole going over to a whole new system, all this stuff. The only thing I have a complaint with all the things that he mentioned is I don't think he even holds XRP. I keep telling him, like, man, come on. You, I should say not financial. My friend is not going to sue me. So yeah, I gave him, I guess you could say, financial advice. But I was just like, man, you should get some XRP, some quant, some of these things, right? XDC. I don't think he even owns any of that stuff. So he owns some crypto, but I don't know. Teach his own. It's just one of those things. But yeah, he did mention all these things in the past about this weather weapons. Pretty crazy stuff. Speaking of crazy, none of this crazy weather is natural. It's being created. Okay. Tornado hit the Apollo Theater in Illinois during concert. Mass casualties report. Oh my God. That's horrible. Yeah, don't tell anyone. Kind of like you're not supposed to tell anyone about the NDA that you signed for BSV. All right. Let's see here. Crypto McDizzle for shizzle. Monizzle for show. Oh no, I'm going to get canceled. Magnetic interruptions I spoke of last night also causes aurora borealis. My buddy, he actually lives on the border of Finland and Sweden. He has family in both countries, and he always mentions that you get great views of the actual aurora borealis, the northern lights, right? From where he's at. Let's see here. Damn, getting nuts. Large tornado in Tennessee now. That's crazy stuff. All right, GS. Damn. Hearing Coach talk makes me want more XRP, XLM, HBAR. Yeah, absolutely. McDizzle. So multiple major cities hit aurora borealis all the same night. Yeah, come on, right? Before the big banks shut down. I mean, for somebody who's just connecting, you might think we're all nuts. Like, if that's you, I mean, saying you, Crypto Mike, but I mean, just somebody who's brand new, you may think we're crazy. We're mentioning some of these things. Here's the thing: multiple black swan events, a lot of things that happened 2022. The whole thing that's all these key events, right? Macro and microeconomic things that's happened. Some people say big black swan events, small black swan events, the depending of multiple stable coins, temporarily speaking, all right? USDT, Circle, DAI. What was the other one we said? PEI, USD, US double D, right? From Tron. I mean, when these things keep happening, right? More than obviously twice, are we too far off? I mean, if this is you that's just tuned in, ask yourself that question. Is it a case of coincidence, or is this something that really was planned by somebody who's sinister? At the end of the day, if you look more into Mr. Klaus Schwab, you will find out that this whole concept that he outlined many years ago when he wrote about the Great Reset, look more into it, you will own nothing and be happy and all that type of stuff. The key thing is, wow, is this guy a real life supervillain? For real? And for me personally, when you look more into it, seems like that's the case. Now, some people who, in the same breath will say, well, then you guys are part of the problem. All of you guys, to hell with you all. You guys are part of the problem because you're buying into these technologies. These technologies are at our doorstep, whether you like them or not. My thing is, I do not want to be on the sideline for that generational wealth. At the same time, there's the other narrative, and of course, that's just a real big deep dive in itself. But we can go down the rabbit hole of CBDCs. I mean, just like anybody else can. But the key thing is, yeah, all this was, in my opinion, planned out years ago. It is beyond just a coincidence at this point. If we have rational thinking, right, you can draw your own conclusion to say to yourself, all right, 2 or 3 times, come on, 4 or 5 times, not a coincidence. There's no way it's a coincidence. All right, let's see here. Mr. Blackwood, or actually, hold on, more than that. We have other comments. McDizzle says, all the same night before the big banks shut down and Trump gets arrested. I mean, those are other things to point out as well. The country is under massive attack and hardly anyone understands it. You guys understand it. Blackwood, I'm glad I heard what Coach said tonight. Despite my bags, I'm not prepared for mass chaos right now. Good point, Blackwood. All at once, all countries dropping the dollar, EU going to BRICS, Mexico going to BRICS, Russia and China could put bases in Mexico with that. Yeah, that's a very good point. And here's one of the key factors that needs to be outlined. Let's talk about that for a brief moment, right? We will kick it back into crypto, but it is all part of the equation of what you were invested in with crypto. So if you understand what's going on, especially in the South China Sea, right, you got to understand that particular area is literally a constant flex of geopolitical military muscle, if you will. You have multiple countries in that highly contested area. So the debate is, especially from like China and so on, and some of these other countries, even Vietnam, you name it, right? That, this area, how would you, United States, like it if we did to you what you are doing to us? Now, hear me out, all right? Because I'm not the type of guy who's anti-American at all. I love our country. I always will. It is a good debate. I would advise you guys to check out this particular video. I'm going to bring it up because I don't want to play the whole thing. You've probably already seen it. And if you follow this stuff, I'll give you, a reiteration of what the heck I'm talking about. So here is something I'm going to share. I'm going to show the thumbnail. I already reviewed this, already saw this like, I don't know, like a couple weeks ago. Very well put together. This admiral, here's the top thumbnail, says, is the Navy ready? How the U.S. is preparing amid Navy buildup. All right, it's a 60-minute special with this particular admiral. I forgot his name. Of the USS Nimitz, right? But this admiral is on point, like in my opinion, 100%. So this debate about, like people say, well, especially, let's face it, a lot of guys from like Eastern Europe, some people are pro-Russia. I'm not trying to make this divisive, but the debate gets brought up quite a bit in regards to, yeah, that's a good point. I think Redacted brings this up too. And that is, yes, how would we like it if we did the same thing of what we're kind of doing in the South China Sea, right? That's a good point. The point is this: watch the video. The admiral breaks it down with direct to the point answers. I mean, we're literally spot on point. You can see him; he's not hesitating. He looks her right in the eye. You can see his conviction, right? It's not about necessarily what's right, what's wrong. It's his duty. Like that's he just addresses it. Anyway, you owe it to yourself to watch this video because he mentions specifically that this whole case about international law, right? That's the key thing. Now, while we understand his perspective, and I'm with him on that, like if I have to pick a side, yeah, you better believe I'm still picking the United States, right? But the other side of the debate, and Redacted and some other news outlets will say, okay, that's a good point that he makes. You do want to see that kind of confidence. You do want to see that point of view coming from, a U.S. Navy admiral like him. And again, I'm with him on that. But the debate is still going to be there, and it's going to still linger there. And that is basically, kind of like what Mike Cornwell said. If you have, Mexico applying to BRICS and they get accepted, keep in mind, they applied, that doesn't mean they're part of it, right? But they get accepted. Let's say they go along with this. What would be the U.S.'s stance, right? Here's the thing. I don't know what our stance technically would be, but if we base things on history, let's look at this. Is it history repeating itself to a sense? In a way, where am I going with this? The Cuban Missile Crisis, right? So in Cuba, we had the whole thing, we have nukes literally, technically speaking, I don't know, 90 miles away from hitting the Florida Keys. If you want to be super technical, I mean, I guess maybe 100, 120 miles. So anywhere from 90 to 120 miles away from hitting, the southern tip of Florida, maybe within at least 150-mile range of hitting Miami, right? Major U.S. city. So the thing is this: in the modern era, is it history repeating itself to a different degree? Yes and no. But the key thing is recognizing that would be a huge power shift, and if anything, a complete slap to the United States, because right now we're monitoring what? We're seeing the dollar collapse unfold. I could be completely wrong. Maybe it doesn't happen. There's enough evidence to show that it could. But my other thing is, yes, Mexico applying to join the BRICS nations, and then let's say they go with it, they get accepted. To me, that would make sense. It's like, as the saying goes, you have to give a little to get a little. So by them applying to the BRICS nations and being accepted, their thing is, look, we look into history, right? Since the 1800s, maybe further back, right? All the territory they lost to the United States. I mean, you may think, well, that's all in the past. Really? If it's all in the past, it's all in the past. But if anything, look at other countries where there's still animosity towards the other country. Perfect example. And if you don't think that this is a thing, you do need to open up a history book. China, right? Japan, okay? They are still bitter all the way back to the Second Sansino War. What the heck is Max talking about? You don't know what I'm talking about when it comes to that. There's a time period that we were in, not we, them, that was before, World War II. And then, of course, later on, it just became World War II. The point is, the Japanese and the Chinese were at each other, dating back long before the rest of the world was at like World War II. And how about this? Why does Russia always get a free pass? In our history books, we are taught that when it comes to Russia, that they, of course, as we know, were a big player to fight off, the Germans and so on the Eastern Front and whatnot. And don't get me wrong, them losing 20 million people compared to the United States with 400,000 in World War II was a big thing. But my thing also is understanding some of these things. And that is in our textbooks at school, and I teach history, right? Typical school will teach the kids that Nazi Germany invaded Poland. But what is one of the key players that was also there with them from the other side? They call it, some of you guys shout to Boomer F and Sooner and some of the other guys that served. It's called a pincher move, right? You go from one side of the country to the other or on a city. They call it a pincher move. Russia also invaded Poland. You don't really hear about that much. So at the beginning of World War II, they get a free pass, right? They're technically on the wrong side, right? And at the end of the day, as the saying goes, right? If you ever read The Art of War, my enemy's enemy is my new friend or my best friend, my new best friend. So they started it off technically being part of the Axis powers, in my opinion. And then the end of the war being technically on our side, but it's still a problem. And where I'm going with this is the whole thing with Japan and China, there's still animosity there. That dates back to World War II. With Mexico and the United States, there's still, whether people want to believe it, animosity there. It dates back to the freaking 1800s with the loss of land and of course, all these recent things, obviously, with immigration. My point is this. With BRICS, you got to give a little, but at the same time, you got to take a little, right? So it's going to be a win for Mexico, but what's the thing they got to give? They got to give, unfortunately, maybe, I'm not a fortune teller or where you want to call it. I'm not Maxstradamus or anything like that. Trust me, I'm not. But these are scenarios that we have to look at. The United States may very well have a problem with Mexico because they would give in to China or not China, but China or Russia. Let's face it, probably Russia, and they would do the same thing like they did back in the 1960s with Cuba. Park nuclear missiles pointed where? Phoenix, for crying out loud. That's where I'm at. LA, San Diego, you name it. I don't know. Albuquerque, New Mexico. I don't know. But whatever the case be, it's pretty freaking crazy. So this whole thing with, the dollar, we're not having our dominance. Look more into it. We've been talking about it real quick. I know I'm going on a tangent, but that's the key thing. I mean, it's like we are losing our dominance. And on top of that, I mean, it's definitely when it comes to selling, oil, right, to buy, let's face it, gasoline, our position when it comes to that, the BRICS nations are a real threat. And when you look into GDP power rankings, we're sitting at, based on 2022, because we don't have all of 2023 yet. The data's not there yet. But for 2022, we have this whole issue of, we were sitting at, I don't know, 20 something, some trillion or 20 point something other, in GDP. And when you add up the BRICS nations, they are just a few decimal points, minor decimal points off from being power players that have a say when it comes to GDP power rankings. And, for some people say, well, you're not equating G7. I understand that. You also got to keep in mind that the United States' role when it comes to just that, our power ranking, how we go about being the dominant force as far as, people paying in US dollars for oil. So we will kick it back to the comments. But I wanted you guys to see that particular video when you get a chance. You owe it to yourself. It gives you a different perspective. You do like the confidence that this admiral brings to the table when it comes to the United States stance on how they're going to answer the whole situation. I did see the other day, I think it was from Blackwood, you feel as though that was foolish for the United States to enter. And I understand where you're coming from, maybe with Biden as being president and so on. I want to state this. I did a lecture, or not just a lecture, I did a module a few years back. So this is something I closely follow. The whole thing with the South China Sea region of the world, the whole thing with Taiwan and Japan. And I will kick it back to crypto here in a bit, but it is all kind of related. And that is this. When you look more further into it, yes, you're right. The majority of I think American citizens look at the whole thing of it'd be unwise for the United States to intervene. I just want to throw this out there. When we did this 4-week module, I had most people who were not with me from my perspective. By the end of the whole thing, I had the majority of people who looked at it from a different point of view. And that is this, and I'll leave it with this. When you dig more deeper into the whole Taiwan-China situation, you will come to the conclusion of understanding what is referred to as strategic alliances, especially when it comes to where these military bases are set up and so on. Again, the video from Redacted, the video from 60 Minutes does a good job on this particular topic. But you got to understand, like, where Guam is at, for instance. You got to understand where these other military bases are at, for instance. This is a totally different area compared to just the NATO situation with Ukraine. And I just want to mention that because it's really, really true. So here's the thing. If the United States decides to not fulfill its, whether you want to be on par with this, obligations, or its promises, I should say, to Taiwan, it's going to open up the floodgates of pardon my French, a shitstorm. I'm not supposed to cuss on here. Sorry, Larry. Of problems for the United States. Because what's going to happen is if we do not come to the aid of Taiwan, and this is my opinion, again, don't attack the messenger on this particular one. I did a whole outline in regards to this a few years ago. If we do not come to the aid of Taiwan, it will send the utmost horrible message to our allies in that region that we do not have their back, and that, if anything, we will allow these bullies, and that's basically what they are, to have their way in that entire, what do you call it, Indigo Pacific region of that particular world. Number one, obviously, would be Taiwan. Look it up for yourself. Taiwan, look it up in the encyclopedia, is listed as Taiwan, and in parentheses, the Republic of China. Mainland China is referred to as, obviously, China, and in parentheses, the People's Republic of China. Or some people, as you guys know, is referred to as Communist China. There's a reason for that. Also, do yourself another favor. If you go back to World War II history, you will notice that the flag of Taiwan is that old flag that used to fight against Imperial Japan. And of course, after 1949, when these guys were pro-democracy and so on, fled mainland China. Years later, even after that, they decided to try to make like a democratic or democracy in Taiwan. The situation. Also understand the other key thing is semiconductors, and that's key to not just the United States, but obviously China. If China is able to bring back Taiwan, to make it a unified China, a unified communist China, the People's Republic of China, you're going to have a situation in which China will be able to dictate the prices of these semiconductors to whatever the hell they want to be. And the markup on that will be so unbelievably crazy that, we talk about being priced out of quant. How about being priced out of these particular technologies? That's one of the key things. So there's so much to it about that. So then basically you have, to my understanding, you would have Australia, who I think is still going to be convicted to coming towards the aid of Taiwan. But you also keep in mind, there's the Philippines, who typically or traditionally speaking aligns themselves with the United States. You got to keep in mind they used to be a U.S. territory. There's all sorts of things. Japan, think about, Japan is they built up their military something fierce, more than they ever did since World War II. South Korea obviously has to do that. So you are allowing these guys to fend off for themselves, to a sense, against the big bullies, right? We're talking China, North Korea, obviously Russia. You could throw Iran into the mix. You want to talk about a third world war, this is where all this debate comes from. That whole entire region, from the Middle East all the way out to Asia Pacific area. I'm telling you flat out, when we talk about history repeating itself, look what happened with for instance, the Battle of Britain. If the British do not get enough credit. If they would have fell, oh my God, look where the United States would have been left to defend itself. So my point is, that should be one of the key things to look at. Look at where the United States would be to defend themselves. And when you come to the conclusion of that, you have a broader sense of perspective of, holy crap, this is history repeating itself. How do we answer that call if we send out the message, we don't have your guys' back? And of course, this whole thing about, again, watch the video. Apparently by 2027, we have to have some form of an answer. Never before in the history of mankind, you have dates about, when a freaking war is going to happen, for crying out loud, where they're literally going to invade at that particular time. I should say never. I mean, technically speaking, the whole thing with Russia and Ukraine, man, I went down a rabbit hole that we shouldn't have probably gone down. Probably lost some people over it, but I could talk your ear off about this. But I just remember a few years ago, we did that 4-week module about the whole thing of that. So some of you guys are probably already educated about some of this stuff, or fill yourself in on what's going on. I'm glad that you have. It is no laughing matter. It's a very, very it's a scary situation. And we live in crazy, crazy times when it comes to all this. All right, let me go further down. I'm going to read some more comments. Cool Cat Crypto, I didn't sign, and I was joking about that. The NDA. It's text, my friend. I have no idea what kind of emotions come through text other than when I read that, like you laughing or whatever. All right. Rayan says he's so sleepy. Yeah, me and my history lesson put Rayan to sleep probably. All right, Cool Cat. I said so the night I was joking about it. Oh, I probably missed that. No donuts allowed was what I meant. Well, you probably caught me off guard anyway. It probably was that night where I was trying to have a serious outline. He just kind of threw me a curveball with, all your bashing a quant at the time, but it's all right. I took it. And I fired right back at you. But I mean it all respectfully. Anyway, because you're trying to say at the time that I was sweeping things under the rug. And what did I point out to you, my friend? I was like, yeah, if I'm sweeping stuff under the rug, why do I keep highlighting everything you're mentioning, right? Why did I do a video about QRC 721? That video doesn't say it, but it was pointed right at you for you to reference it, for you to look at it. Yeah, I understand. Oh, I already know about it, Max. But that's what gets me sometimes. It's like, if you already know the answer, quit screwing with me, man. Quit screwing with me. Anyway, it's all good. I got love for you. It's all good. I mean, if anything, I got some BSV. You know me. All right. Rance is getting old. We're all getting old, man. HJFJ90 dollar crashing yet you want is Fiat 2 crypto will rule. Yeah, guys, supply and demand. That's a great point. Thanks for sharing that. Cool Cat Crypto, James Bond villains are real. Yeah, I mean, Klaus is a James Bond villain. Think about this, all right? Think about Ernst Stavro Blofeld. I'm a huge fan of the James Bond series. My mom and I were, man, we saw all the movies, right? I haven't seen the last one, though. But Ernst Stavro Blofeld. When I think of Blofeld, and I'm like, who would be the real-life version of Blofeld? It is freaking Klaus Schwab. Just give him a cat, man. All he needs is like that scar and the weird looking suit, and he's basically Blowfield. All right, let's go further down. Whale just purchased $1.05 million of SHIB. That's cool with me. I'm cool with that. I still have a whole bunch of SHIB. If it wasn't for SHIB, like I mentioned, I wouldn't even be here. Did very, very well with SHIB and bought back into it, and was glad I did. All right, Blue Whale 0073. Okay. Blackwood, not all countries, but enough to draw attention and put the U.S. in check. That's a good point. United States won't be able to strong arm other nations like they used to. That's a good point. Expect to see made in America more often in the years to come. All right. That's sad, though. When you think about they can't strong arm like they used to. I mean, it's part of the dominance, but some people maybe they think that, well, Max is sad, but at the same time, we do need to have a level playing field. I don't know. Think about who we're dealing with. It'd be one thing if we were strong arming other countries that were, let's face it, not communist, right? It's a totally different situation, but I would agree with most of the statements you stated there. Who wants to be ruled by Russia, China? Raise your hand. Hell no. None of us do. All right, Marvin Davis. I'm ex-Navy, serving in the same fleet as the Nimitz. Awesome, man. Hey, thank you so much for your service. I really mean that. I have the utmost respect for people who have served. Like I mentioned before, little known fact, my dad's two cousins, they served in World War II. They actually helped liberate a couple Nazi, Jewish concentration camps and so on. It was kind of a proud moment for her family. World War II has affected both sides of my parents, their sides of the family. Imperial Japanese soldiers actually murdered my mother's grandparents on a death march. It was not the famous Bataan death march, but Imperial Japan was pretty famous for their death marches in northern Philippines. Let me read the rest of this. Your ex-Navy served in the same fleet as the Nimitz. You were on the Tarawa from 96 to 2001. Very cool. Was on board when the Tarawa rescued the USS Cole. What's up, Max? Well, cool. Thanks for sharing that. How about this, Marvin Davis? I've seen you before. Maybe you want to share Tarawa, like Avatar or the USS Nimitz or anything like that, or just U.S. Navy. Boomer F and Sooner is actually former U.S. Navy veteran as well. So very, very cool stuff. And speaking of Boomer, there he is. Yeah, thank you for your service, says McDizzle. GG's back. Thank you for being here, GG, excuse me. It says, hey, yeah, like Andre 3000 of the Outcast. Smash that like if you haven't done so already. We're about 3 hours into the show. We will get back into the crypto news here in a bit. We kind of went on I guess you could say, talking about what's going on in the world, a little bit of a history lesson. So that will happen from time to time, guys. You got to keep in mind I do teach history, and that side of me does kind of pour out once in a while. Empires don't last. That's a good point. Crypto McDizzle, what does that mean for the average American? Starving, no work, lawlessness, or kid goes on as normal? That's a rhetorical question, you guys. That's a good point. Blackwood, history is written by the victor. Much of how things went down unbiased is lost to history. Right. And if anything, that's a very, very good point. I'm a firm believer in Christianity. I consider myself a Christian. I'm a sinner just like anybody else. I'm not perfect. But that is very, very true. History is written by the victor. If you look more into it, like, for instance, even dating back to like the days of the ancient pyramids, it's also who, not necessarily so much of like what you mentioned here, where it's written by the victor. How about this? Whatever government is in place, it is in place by the dominant force, whether it's a dictator, whether it's a governing council, you name it. But I honestly think there's a reason for why, like on ancient hieroglyphics or in the history books and so on, they stricken the name of Moses. It was completely, in my opinion, erased from any sign of like the hieroglyphics and so on. And then when you go back and more into it, like you will see this a figure that points towards, like, for instance, Moses in, I guess you could say, the pyramids through here hieroglyphs, excuse me, where it's like, it was that Moses, because they're not really officially mentioning it, right? But that was written out. Again, who was in control? Well, you got to keep in mind the pharaohs, right, and so on. So there's all sorts of different examples of, ancient dictatorships, who's in control, who's the victor. But the thing is this: whoever is the governing council, whoever is the dictator, or whoever is the victor does define how history is written. And it's sad because we just, at the end of the day, we just want the truth, right? But the truth seems to be always hidden from us. Marvin Diaz states, my question is Mexico now? Is Canada next? They're not fond of our military sprayed our ships with fire hoses, screaming, America, go home. Oh, boy. Yeah, Mexico now. Is Canada next? I don't know if Canada's next, but, there's crazy things going on, as you guys know, with Canada. I mean, the whole thing with Trudeau, the whole thing that happened, was it last year or maybe even before that, with the trucking industry, right? All right. Cool Cat says, appear weak when you are actually strong, the art of war. Yep. Mexico not joining BRICS. That would cause nukes. Okay. Yeah, I'm just saying, I mean, I'm just looking from the outcome. I'm not saying that like these things will happen, but we all have to understand and look more into some of these things of the what ifs, because out of nowhere, what ifs can become reality. And that is something that can be very, very scary. Blackwood, the real dollar has been dead since 71. That's a good point. What we use now is the Ponzi dollar. Man, very well said. I think was it a week ago? We took something that you said and retweeted it. Maybe that's another good one, because that totally makes sense. It totally makes sense because we were taken off of the gold standard 71 by Richard Nixon. And ever since then, it's been a money printing device. In my lifetime, right, when I was a kid, we had Richard Nixon. God, no. Ronald Reagan was the president when I was a kid. You know what I mean? And in my opinion, for even yet, I mean, I know some of you guys are fans of Trump and so on. I don't want to make this too political, but for me personally, I always thought Ronald Reagan was the best president of my lifetime. Even when you look at it from like the Electoral College, technically speaking, he was the most popular president we ever had based off of the Electoral College. That re-election, was it 84? He won 49 out of 50 states. My God. Even in the 1980 election against Carter, it was a huge landslide victory. I think Carter only won, 6 or 8 states or something like that. So, was it, oh man. Yeah, the 84 re-election, it was Walter Mondale. And I think Mondale only won what, guys? Minnesota? 49 out of 50 states. Boomer effing sooner. You know what I mean? Like crazy stuff. So my thing is this. It's like, well, was there a lot of debt? We were doing the money printer thing going on then. And then it spilled over to, for instance, George Bush Sr. Well, that's debatable, but I think what mainly caused us to get in debt was the Persian Gulf War and so on. Of course, Bill Clinton came in. Whether you're a fan of Clinton or not, we did see a surplus by the time he was done. But from there on out, I mean, whether it's, GWB, Obama, just trillions and trillions more in debt. And each president at the time would run on the debate of, the previous guy put us into all this particular debt. At the end of the day, whether it's Democrats or Republicans, we're at $32 trillion worth of debt right now. And how do we answer that? We don't have an answer for that. But for us, who have been doing more of our own research, I think the answer to that is, and back onto the topic of crypto, Ripple's on demand liquidity. That's what makes it so huge. How much value is Ripple's XRP going to have based on some of these things we just mentioned? You know what I mean? We talked about Nostra Vostra earlier. I mean, there's so many factors that you just can't dismiss. All right, let's get into the next comment. Cool Cat says big wars are always about control of currencies. Yes. Think about the Scarface quote. Once you get the money, you get the power. Once you get the power, mother effers will respect your blankety blanket butt. But you know, it sounds silly. We could apply that to what? The countries of the world. It's that control. River states, quote, nobody ever defended anything successfully. George S. Patton. Yeah, and General Patton also stated what? I mean, I don't know if it's just a movie. Shout out to George C. Scott, did a magnificent job in 1970s Best Picture Patton. Right, Patton. I also thought General Omar Bradley was a great general too. But anyway, and that is, you know, what was the main? One was one of the main things he said. He says we should go over there and kick Russia's ass right now. Why not? We're gonna have to do it someday anyway. Is he gonna be too far off? I don't know. Am I rooting for a world war? Hell no. Heck no, I'm not rooting for that. But in reality, I think Patton had called it right many years ago, because they are the big bully on the block that's never really been dealt with. And so people will say, well, you know, give them credit where credit's due. They did provide a significant, you know, like, especially, come on, the Battle of Stalingrad and on the Eastern Front and whatnot. That, technically speaking, the Allied pincher move, right? We have the Allies pushing in from the west, Western Germany, moving in towards Berlin. You got Russia moving in. Don't get me wrong, that really worked out. But my thing is this, you know, they never been dealt with. But at the same time, there's some people say, well, look, let's say we did deal with them. Should the United States have all the power and all the say about how every culture and every part of the world goes about their business, or how they go about just, you know, running their country from a cultural standpoint and so on? You know where we're going with this. All right. The European Union is calling out the United States from profiting from war. They're going BRICS. Marvin Davis, U.S. got a problem with most countries. I've been saying this for years. Went on to Tupac's U.S. Navy. Interesting. Germany knows we blew up that pipeline. I think everybody at this point knows that we blew up the pipeline. And, you know, I'm glad that Redacted is covering this. And this is where I have issues with, you know, some of my, because again, I'm not the type of guy who does this. I know some people do this. Maybe some of you guys do this. I don't do this. If I grew up with some people, and just because they have different, you know, maybe religious beliefs or political beliefs, I'm not going to just like dismiss them, you know, cancel them, like cancel culture cancels us out. But some of the things that gets brought up is, you know, Max, you love Redacted, but technically speaking, you know, Clayton Morris is ex Fox News. It's just a glorified, you know, right wing news. You claim that they're more middle of the road. I think personally that they are middle of the road. How is that so? Because they point out things that not just that the left does, they also point some things that are not too popular on the right as well. I think they do have a good balance of trying to point things out that may not sound too popular. At the end of the day, you know, you guys grew up in this era. You remember it. There used to be a time where the news was reported, and like, what was it, Walter Cronkite, right? There was this guy, Walter Cronkite. You come on. I'm not saying I lived during this time, but this is what I heard, right? I was seeing your old recordings. You come on. You just give you the news and basically stay neutral on it. And at the end of the day, you drew your own conclusion. But we live in a different era for over 20 plus years now where that's not the case. You have one narrative. You have the extreme right. You have the other one, extreme left. CNN claimed to be that news, right? I think at one point, was it in the 90s, late 80s, 90s, early 90s, they kind of were the neutral news station. Boy, they sure gone away from that. You know, my hip hop song, which is called the Imagine Remix, on one of my particular verses, it goes, Democratic liberals, Republican conservatives, we need a new party with new alternatives. You know, it's true. And I also go on to say, remember what happened to, what I said, whatever happened to non-biased news? Remember when CNN claimed to be that news? Democratic, liberals, Republican, conservatives, we need a new party with new alternatives. That's where the verse came from. Anyway. All right, let's go further down. Where's Hunter's laptop? Yeah, that's the other thing. This whole, how about this, right? So, you know, people want to say, let's just dig up dirt on Trump. My thing is, I don't want this to become super divisive, because I understand there's still a lot of people on the left and so on, and that's not the point. But my key thing is this, and shout out to anybody who also reads scripture and so on. There's an old classic scripture, right? Thee who is without sin, cast the first stone. He who is without dirt, cast the first political move, I guess you could say. So it's like all this focus on all this bad stuff that Trump did. And don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to dismiss if there's any real crime. I mean, obviously that needs to be looked into, and that goes for him. They could go for Joe Biden, all these guys. But the key thing is, where does this end? If these guys have skeletons in the closet, right? Then why should it be right that one guy serves time, let's face it, and the other one doesn't? I mean, technically speaking, there's so much there's so much bad blood or bad dirt, not blood, on both of these guys, right? And their families. Bring out the gallows. I don't know about bringing out the gallows, but I hear you on that. Lots of corruption from within driving U.S. down. The flip switch needs a purge as well. Let's see here. McDizzle will take the power back. Rage Against the Machine. I used to love listening to Rage. The Battle of the Battle of Los Angeles. Great album. I forgot all about Rage. Gotta listen to some Rage again. Rage Area, bunch of commies. Good music. Yeah, I know, but the music was pretty good. Taiwan is just another elite crime base like Ukraine is. All right, let's see here. I don't know if I completely agree with that comment. I guess that's where we agree to disagree. I think it's a little bit different. I understand some, like a lot of countries have a certain level of corruption. Some other countries obviously have a higher dominance of corruption. But I see where you come from. That's okay. McDizzle, my old band, used to play one of their songs. Oh, that's cool. Hey, that little snippet you sent me on a text, where you're doing that little solo, man, that sounds real. I'm being honest. That I was like, this sounds good, man. Like you could really tell it used to really, we're killing in the name of Cornwall or something. Yeah, killing in the name of, that's a good song. All right. You saw Rage at Lollapalooza. Cool stuff, man. Lollapalooza, man. Jeez. Really stood out. But 80s, 90s. All right. War Effect Drone Wars played that one the other night with my band. Be careful. It's heavy as F. All right. I'm going to read a couple more comments. We'll kick it back into the news outline. And then, if anything, I got to look at what's going on with the time. China willingly handed over Biden's banking info. This is all staged. Who gets arrested will shock you all soon. Okay. So let me go ahead and highlight that. Let's get back into our particular outline that we have. So here's from some more info from the World Economic Forum. And as you can see here, it says this new tool will help reinforce trust in central banks, says the IMF. Oh, what the heck is this? Let's blow it up. So as you can see here, this was posted 2 days ago. Banking capital markets. All right. When we go further down, you see the, I believe this is the WF headquarters, isn't it? And it says this new tool, we got into part, excuse me. Originally published by the International Monetary Fund. And look what it says right here. To maintain public trust in the face of economic and financial turbulence, monetary authorities must focus on transparency and accountability, says the IMF. Here's another key highlight. This voluntary central bank transparency code is a comprehensive set of principles covering mandates, functions, and operations. Based on the code, IMF offers central banks the opportunity to participate in a review of their transparency practices. In regards to this new tool, it will help reinforce trust in central banks, says the IMF, as well as their credibility and effectiveness in an increasingly complex world. Now, earlier on our outline, we talked about, for instance, Canada. The Bank of Canada published a detailed summary of its governing council deliberations for the first time last month, joining nearly 24 other central banks in regularly released detailed information on monetary policy decisions. Now, this part right here, look at this quote. Stefan Ingves, who stepped down in December after 17 years as governor of Sweden's Riksbank, said it best. Listen to this. Quote, independence demands transparency, he said in January interview with Central Banking. If you are independent, it's vital that people can understand what you are doing. If you are independent and you tell the general public, quote, it's none of your business, independence will be taken away from you sooner or later. Perfect example is what you're seeing right now in the world. What's going on as we speak? You're seeing the direct reaction of the consequences of not paying off your debt. If the United States tells the rest of the world, you borrow from us, you pay us back, perfect example, our top ally, Great Britain, reports as of recently, right? I think it was earlier this year, maybe late last year, can't remember, don't quote me on it, but still, it took Great Britain all the way since the time of World War II to finally pay back the debt that they owe the United States. But at the same time, the United States, we are not paying back the debts that we owe to these other countries. Perfect point being China. We owe them trillions of dollars. You can look it up for yourself. And here's the thing. We expect other nations to pay us back, but we answer the call to pay things back in the form of a what? A money printer. I've said this countless times, and I'll keep saying it again. Despite popular opinion of Bitcoin being created in 2009 as an answer to be a hedge against inflation, in reality, it was created as a hedge against money printing. Don't believe me? Read that Satoshi white paper more for yourself. You'll come to the conclusion that, yeah, that is very much true. But the key thing also is understanding that this solution of continuously putting a Band-Aid on top of another Band-Aid on top of another Band-Aid, where we have a, not just a molehill, but a giant mountain stack of Band-Aids, didn't solve the problem. As the saying goes, and I think Cool Cat mentioned this earlier as well, kicking the can further down the road. Now we're at the point, go to usdebtclock.org, if I'm not mistaken, something like that. Don't remember exact URL. All these particular things that were, priced in US dollars to pay for certain things. Look out on the right side of the screen. I'm not going to pull it up right now. You can look it up for yourself. Mentions multiple times 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Why is that? It's because we're bankrupt. Coach JV said it best. We're freaking bankrupt. So if we're bankrupt and we can't pay off our debts, what will be the solution as a form of utility to take on that debt? Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not rooting for the United States to collapse. Of course I'm not. But at the same time, I am going to recognize Ripple's XRP with that on-demand liquidity to answer the whole thing with Nostra Vostra and so on, right? Anyway, look at what it says here. Many laws already include explicit transparency provisions, especially for monetary policy, as the IMS central bank legislation database shows. Here's an example of some of those legal provisions. National laws clearly codify central bank transparency, And of course, this dates back to 2020. But look what's also mentioned here in regards to Europe, Africa, the West, Asia Pacific, Middle East, and so on. Monetary policy transparency, right? Europe dominates that. Why do they dominate that? Because if anything, they have had this say so since, God, I don't know, back to medieval times, maybe before that, I don't know, but at least back till, I don't know, the 1600s. We could really go down this rabbit hole, right? Maybe you guys already know some of this stuff, but they've consistently been the leading authority on, the definition of what is defined as a central bank authority. Think about that for a moment. And yeah, we can, date things back to the Rothschilds. We get all that, right? But look at what is also mentioned here. Central bank reporting requirements. General, right? General central bank accountability. Some of these other particular ones. What about FX reserve transparencies? It gives you a full breakdown since 2020. And here's the source, right? Comes straight from the IMF. But speaking of the IMF has recognized the importance of transparency and actively promoted it. The executive board in 2020 adopted a new voluntary central bank transparency code, which is a comprehensive set of principles covering mandates. What's one mandate we're looking at as we speak? ISO 222. Why are we still making a big deal about ISO 222? Well, think about this. Just because the thing went live on the 20th, you got to also keep in mind that it has not been fully implemented. Again, if you're just tuning in, by the way, smash the like. I want people to understand some layman's way of putting things. When I use this overly used expression, and I'll state it again, Olympic-sized swimming pools for on-demand liquidity, literally pictured that way, Olympic-sized faucets. You saw the price of Ripple's XRP at 32 to 40 cents for the longest time. Why is that? Again, picture Olympic-sized swimming pools completely empty, and all you're getting is a few drops of 32 to 40 cents dropping out of it, right? Then ISO 222 went live. At that particular day, Ripple's XRP did not pump. But I did mention we're going to be looking at least maybe a day, maybe 2 days, maybe 3. We should see some volume. Guess what? I was right. I'm right when it counts. I'm not always right, but I am right when it counts once in a while. No disrespect, of course, to please. But my key thing is that I want people to understand these visual representations give you, or I should say imaginary, right? We're thinking about it in their head, give you a broader perspective of picturing, like, you know what, that does make sense. Why did we get little droplets of 32 to 40 cents? It's because the utility hasn't been fully utilized. If you create a mechanism of ISO 222 that the central banks are going to be using to, not just send messaging, as the saying goes, but you have that tied into some of these technologies through distributed ledger technology, whereas Ripple, Stellar, and so on. It gives you a broader understanding of the significance of it. So let's get back to that for just a second. So before ISO 222 went live, you saw, for instance, just little droplets. Why little droplets? Because if anything, as we know, like even on faucets, you could pull it back a lot, but sometimes you have a little droplet, a leak. That leak was maybe some of the retail price of people buying a little bit of that. It still has a little bit of value, right? But this thing went live. And if anything, these banks have upgraded their systems, but the utility wasn't being used yet. And just like we mentioned, after a couple days, then you start seeing the utility, right? You do see a few banks, using the new technology. And how do we know that? Well, shout out to Crypto Mike. He had that particular site. I don't have it handy at the moment. So it tracks what's going on with the chart with volume based off of some of the new things that happen. But my key thing is this. We saw Ripple's XRP go from an average of let's average low. I should say average low. That don't make sense. A low of 32 cents. And what do we see, guys? What 53, 54 cents? Let's just say 53 cents. That's a 20-cent increase within not even a full month. Those are some pretty decent numbers. Now, of course, the fudders will say, well, that's not too significant. The heck it ain't, because you got to understand this. We still haven't got full implementation of ISO 222. So with that said, go back to the visual, or at least your imaginary visual. So we have released some of the faucets, right? We turned on some of the faucets. Picture the, like when I was a kid, summertime, there was an outdoor pool at my local park. I lived across the street from the park. And at that local pool, you had a shallow end and you had a deep end. And I'll tell you guys a story on another day in regards to my near-death experience. Not tonight, though. But what I was going to state is, in the shallow end, literally picture it right now. So in the shallow end, these pools used to be, and think about why I mentioned pools, like liquidity pools, right? These pools used to be completely empty. So you're standing in the shallow end, and now your feet maybe is a little bit wet. Like maybe, there's enough water in which you can stand in it. And if you stood in it long enough, maybe your feet get a little bit soggy. But the point is, once we get full ISO 222 implementation by November of 2025, hopefully before, that'd be cool. My thing is, if you think for a moment that's just going to stay at 52 cents or 64 cents or $1, I think you are gravely mistaken. Because you better believe that these central banks, as it says right here, they are going to recognize, you know what? We have some big players. We have some big businesses that want to move, or even governments. How about that? That want to move this money cross-border or for overseas payments. Now, Bragg Arlinghouse, shout out to Crypto Mike again, provided us that one particular tweet with the visual. They tested this out. $700 million was transferred in 3 seconds, I believe. And what was the fee, guys? A penny. So again, I'll reiterate this. If we know, and we saw this before, I don't know if it's last summer, but there was an example, and I don't have the tweet or the website or whatever, where there was an example where $10 trillion is basically moved from, point A central bank to point B, right? And again, $700 million, maybe it wasn't central bank, but you get the point. $700 million was moved in roughly 3 seconds with finality, and it will only cost either a penny or fractions of a penny. Do the math. Simply do the math. If 10 trillion, those central banks were getting hit with $60 billion worth of fees, as the saying goes, time is money. That's where it's at. And if time is money, how much should this Ripple's XRP be worth? Or how much should it even be on the retail side for Stellar? The key thing is you're moving a lot of money. If time is money, how much should whatever mechanism that is that represents that utility, how much should that be worth? I don't have the answer to that. But based off of current market conditions of where you've seen things increase from 32 cents to 52 to 53 cents, you can draw your own conclusion. I hope somebody does this. Maybe Crypto Lulu or somebody like that who's really good with some of these breakdowns gets more into some of these specifics. And I look forward to some of those type of shows because he does talk about some of these perspectives. But that is what should excite you, right? This is not a meme coin. I'm not trying to hype you up of, oh, you know what, man, we're going to have a bridge to BSC with our garbage meme token project. Who gives a freaking who gives a crap? It's garbage. This is the generational wealth that you're trying to basically find out more information about. So with that said, you've had a little bit of a taste of what is to come. So if you had a little bit of a taste of what is to come, draw your own conclusion based on the math, especially if you're into that, like Mike Cornwell and so on. I think at some point somebody will break this down. And if anything, are we too far off with some of our crazy price predictions of 10,000 in XRP at some point in the future? I don't think we are. With that also said, if you're the type of person where, well, this is never going to happen because your whole focus is Bitcoin and Ethereum represent 81% of the overall crypto market cap. I hate to tell you this. Like Mike also said, and I keep going on the bandwagon with Mike, but he's right. At the end of the day, it's not about always being right. It's just flat out being right when you need to be right. Right? Give him credit where credit's due. And that is that the utility run don't give two blankety blanks about the current chart. It doesn't. Now, we're always going to look at the current chart, but we should look at the current chart and apply what you see with what could happen with the utility run. We've already have gotten a taste of that as we speak. And how do we know that? We'll just jump into this just for a brief moment. I know I'm going on a long limb on this, but I want to pound it home. Because look at this. Here's CMC as we speak. And if you click, for instance, you just on my watch list, the key consensus here. Let me actually go to the top 100. My bad. It's kind of like what you see right here. Right? Casper, part of the ISO mix. Technically not officially ISO 222. IOTA, Hedera, right? XDC. You know what I mean? I think how about for the 7-day chart? Coochie boy, I don't even know if he's here, but he's always mentioned Max hit the 7-day chart. Look at the 7-day chart. Stellar, 25% up. This was at roughly 7 cents, guys. 7 or 8 cents. That's not bad. Some people say, "Oh, this is nothing near the ISO." Going to $1,000. You guys are claiming. No one said it was going to happen in a day flat. It does take some time, but even that, Hedera's H bar. 23% in 7 days. Did really well earlier today. XRP, but what's the consensus here? ISO 222, stellar. HBAR, ISO 222. XRP, same thing. XDC, look at this. Casper, look at that. That's what's consistent. Algorand, IOTA. You get where we're going with this. Even Flare had a little bit of a thing going on the other day, right? All right. I know I went on a tangent with that. I don't even know how many people were still here, but that's okay. Cool Cat Crypto says, I had to play devil's advocate to get you ready for the bull run. And we appreciate that. The truth is out. America was crashed as planned, executed by those in charge. I get it. Some people who may be tuning in, they're thinking, you know what? These guys are completely a bunch of kook birds. Call it whatever you want. But when you do more of your own research, you'll come to the conclusion that, you know what? There is something there. And my goodness, what the heck is going on? Should we pay more attention? Cool Cat Crypto says, hold on. We'll be crazy in here when the bull run starts. Yes. We played Don't Fear the Reaper with extra cowbell. Like Will Ferrell on Saturday Night Live. All right. I was on the cowbell dominating it. Nice. Yeah, them Iraqi dinars. All right. GG states, what lot of my shipmates are here? United States Navy, here anchors away, my boys. Yeah, you got a lot of Navy guys up in here. That's super cool, man. Marvin Davis, Boomer F is Sooner, sup shipmate. Are you a Shokeback J or Shoke? I guess I'm not pronouncing that right. GS says $35 to $40 for a $25,000 bill. Jeez. Cool Cat says they killed Muammar Gaddafi. I think that's what you're talking about. Yeah, Muammar Gaddafi for releasing a gold-backed currency. Yikes. That is a good point. All right, Blackwood. Canada needs a prime minister who's actually qualified for the job. And people are too big of fans of Trudeau. GS, not bad. I want some of those, but never got around to it. Akbar, XLM going to the top 10 in future than top 5. I'm with you on that. And, XLM, people ask me, what's your top 5 or what's your top 10? Consistently, XLM is my number 3. It's a toss up for me. You guys know where I'm at with this, quant XRP. But probably quant for me, number 1. Number 2 would be XRP, but it's a real close second, almost a tie. But XLM is consistently my number 3. And consistently my number 4 is XDC. And then my number 5 is HBAR. I would have to go with number 6 would probably be LCX. As far as my number 7, I don't know. I have to think about what my number 7, 8, 9, and 10 would be. Probably have to put Casper somewhere in that particular mix. Maybe some Algo in that mix as well. But yeah. All right, let's go further down. GS says years back he DCA'd into those. Cool stuff. Cool Cat says I stack the metals so I can buy into whatever currency wins. And let me just double check the other screen, make sure I didn't miss anything. I didn't. All right. Marvin Davis, Coil Boomer or Cool Boomer, still my shipmate. He even got love for the jar heads. LOL. I mean Marines. Yeah, that's cool stuff, man. What was your MOS? River says Patton had a special kind of love for the Russians. Oh yeah. Redacted ain't bad. I watch it now and then. Yeah. Not only that, I mean, Natalie Morris, I don't know, man. There's something about her. She just I know she's married, but man, she's definitely cute in my opinion. I mean, to be able to be cute and have the brains to combine, to me, that's a very attractive feature. That's just me. All right. Boomer F and Sooner, RM2 here, USS Gunston Hall, Hunley, and was aboard the land when it got commissioned. Oh, okay, like in a dry dock. Finished out in the reserves with MSC Japan. Cool stuff, Boomer. Thanks for sharing that, man. Lots of good times with the Marines, kicking some rocks and sharing some pictures. Oh, man, I bet you'll never forget some of those times. That's super cool. Marvin Davis, I don't care about people's beliefs, ethnic backgrounds, or past, only how they treat me in society. Wow, Max, got flow. Okay, let's go spit in 8. Oh, yeah, when I did that man, that was a while ago. Someone was 9:31. Yeah. Well, I did one song. I originally wanted to go to a studio and do it on a professional, mic. I never got around to doing that because it was during the time of COVID. But yeah, it's a whole thing. Anyway. NYC homicide detectives watched Hunter's laptop, and most of them couldn't handle what was on there. I could probably play it for you guys because, in reality, we don't have monetization turned on. So technically, I could share it, and I don't think we get in trouble. I'll probably play it later. You got to keep in mind the timing ain't perfect because I don't have a professional studio. I don't even have this, right, which is a professional studio mic. All I had at the time was just like my headset, but overall, I guess it's pretty good. All right, so I'll read a couple more comments. I have a copy of it on a thumb drive with blurred out pics. All right, hey, welcome back. Okay, yo, what's up? The two families are at it hard, huh? All right, GG. Who is Satoshi? There is no Satoshi. Sure, a state actor created Bitcoin. It's all a plan. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that Cool Cat will state it's was it Craig Wright, right? But in reality, it could also be a conglomerate group of not just one person, but multiple individuals, right? No one knows for sure. All right, they want to sell our to. That's funny how you say it that way. You say it like Trump, China, not Gina, China. That's horrible. Anyway. GG, remember when IMF told all countries when you can't spend more to go into BK? All right. Why did the Roman Empire collapse? You guys know the answer to that, but that's a good question. Here's an answer from Mick, who, the evaluation. Cool stuff. All right, let me kick it back into our outline, and let's see where we're at. We're about 3 hours and 46 minutes into this particular start with say WrestleMania. I like how he says that's kind of funny. So we talked about the whole thing with the World Economic Forum. We're going to jump into a little bit of from Mr. Crypto Lulu, believe it or not. He streamed this one day ago. We're not going to play the full hour. We're going to play about roughly 5 minutes of this, maybe a little bit longer. It's good stuff. And it's always nice to share some new things from Mr. Crypto Lulu. Let's go ahead and play this. Here we go.
Crypto as we know it will never be the same. As things stand right now, we use cryptocurrency as this means of investment. We buy the tokens and we understand the process of buying the tokens. We know that you need wallet addresses, seed phrases. We understand this world to a degree that is completely unnecessary in the future. I like to think of this as being very much like the internet. When the internet started, those who understood the internet were those who could code. They could code every last detail into the website. So there was a gap there, a knowledge gap for some time. Either you knew how to code, therefore you could build websites, or you didn't know how to code and you couldn't build websites. So there's a massive difference in between those two types of people. However, as time goes on, the websites become easier to build. And where we stand right now with the internet is that we have the likes of Squarespace, Wix, WordPress, any amount of people and any amount of platforms in place for people to build websites. Whoa, what is that line? For people to build these websites. I can't fix that. Oh my goodness, what's going on? I was doing a monologue.
It gets good. Just wait for him for a
I was
second.
doing a monologue. Now I've got to clean this thing. It ruined monologue.
See, guys, even Crypto Lulu has
Oh,
technical
man.
problems, right?
Anyway, I'll get back to it.
Yeah. See, I'm not the only one.
So just like people who knew how to code could access the internet and make websites, this is where we are now with crypto. At some point, crypto will change forever, and services, platforms, user interfaces will rise up, and people will no longer be trading cryptocurrencies. Trading cryptocurrencies will be something people did back in the past, just like coding websites will be something people did back in the past. Of course, people code websites right now. It's live. People code websites right now, right? But far less people code websites right now because you can just go onto Wix and build a website. So when we look in the future for cryptocurrency, I do believe people will stop trading cryptocurrencies at this level. All we know about crypto right now is trading cryptocurrencies, trading tokens. In the future, there will just be companies operating on the blockchain. No one will be trading tokens in this manner unless some of these tokens are commodities, and at which point people will just trade those commodities like they trade every other commodity. So we're in for a wild ride. As we're in this moment, we're in the coding moment, just like that side of things. With the internet, the dot-com boom made a massive wealth transfer into technology. We are waiting for that to happen in crypto. We're waiting for that wealth transfer to happen from Web 2 to Web 3, from a traditional banking system into the new banking system. There's always a wealth transfer in these moments, and that's what we're waiting for. So we have to understand where we are and also understand that all these trading things and all these understanding wallet codes and all of that, this is something that's very early, right? We're early to this whole thing with that mentality. But companies will rise up that we've never heard of, that will come up and be like the new Wix for cryptocurrency and allow an interface for payments from a business to a business or from a person to a person. There'll be apps everywhere, or decentralized apps. And it'll all be so much easier. Not for us. We'll understand how it background, right? We'll understand actually how it works technologically in the background. But the people 20 years from now who never had to ever learn about cryptocurrency or how it operates in the background will just be using cryptocurrency through the companies that they're using. They'll be paying with their CBDC, not really understanding what's happening behind the scenes, but we'll understand what's going on. And because we understand what's going on early, that puts us in a position where we're in that wealth transfer mode. So it's all crazy. Tony.
All right. So after that, of course, he just like our show, he gets into comments, stuff like that. But I mean, his intro is spot on with what's going on, right? He gets it. And, if you're not following Crypto Lulu, I don't know what you're doing. Honestly, don't know what you're doing. With what we cover, if you're not following Crypto Lulu, it's just like, I don't know. It's just like, one of your favorite movies, Shout out to Cool Cat Crypto in regards to Die Hard, right? It's like, you're a fan of certain action movies, right? Maybe Rambo. You're a fan of Rambo. You're not a fan of John McClane, Die Hard, right? Come on. Anyway, got to stop the screen on that one. Got to kick it back in the comments for a bit. McDizzle says the world is coming to crypto. Congrats, fellas. Yes. CryptoSmith says ready for Cypherium V2. Oh my God. So it is actually going to be a thing. Cypherium Classic. Yep, exactly. I didn't even have to read the next comment. I knew that was coming. McBuck. In all fairness, there are so many people saying there's coins. These coins are overnight bumps. All right. Cool Cat Crypto. Here is some wisdom. The exact same people that destroyed Rome have destroyed our country. Know who they are yet? I always love how you know the answer, and it's always rhetorical. Knowledge from the Cool Cat. All right, Shellback, Orthodox, Humble Servant, welcome back. Navy Chief here, he says. I'm off 32nd Street here in San Diego. Oh, cool. Gearing up for deployment. I've been to San Diego multiple times. We still have family that lives in the area, Oceanside, basically. Let's see here. You got your Shellback in 2015 during a Talisman and Saber. Cool. Well, welcome back, Humble Servant. Always love your name. Cool stuff. All right, let's go further down. Some more comments came in. That's why they just shifted. All right. Let's see here. Ex-Army Pilot G respect. Yes, thank you for that. I also like your avatar. I love that 80s synthwave / like Hotline Miami vibe look to your avatar. Pretty cool stuff. All right, let's see here. Talisman Saber. That's just operations we do with the Aussies of Australia. Cool stuff, man. Yeah, there seems to be a lot of you guys. That's awesome. Got the utmost respect for all you guys, really. All right. Marvin Davis says, anchors away. Haven't heard that since boot camp. I am a aviation boats swain mate. Or boatswain, maybe this was, I don't know. Humble Servant, 2 tours in the Gulf. Spent 7 years in Yokosuka and Sasebo. Now here in San Diego. That's super cool. The last time I went to San Diego, I got to see some of the ships they have there. It was pretty cool stuff. I'm originally from Portland, Oregon, and when we have the Rose Festival, we also, of course, have it's basically like anywhere from 2 weeks to a month, and it's typically speaking like it's in June, and so the Navy comes in, but they can't bring some like the biggest ships. Like there's no way you could bring in like an old battleship. I mean, let's face it, like there really isn't any more battleships anymore, but they would bring like cruisers. I think I saw just a destroyer once during that Rose Festival, but anyway, long story short, it was super cool to go out to I think we call it Mission Bay, if I'm not mistaken. But anyway, it's the San Diego Bay Area, where I got to see a lot of those ships that I normally didn't get to see before. because I mean, there's no way it's going to fit in the port of Portland, you know. But anyway, all right, let's go here. GG says his rank quant, XRP, XLM, XDC. Okay, you and I are spot on with that. Okay, you got your number 5 is algo. All right, my number 5 is HBAR. Okay, vet, DEG, flare. So I don't hold vet, DEG, or flare, but I have really been considering getting DEG. And I do agree we need to cover algo a little bit more, or just a little bit period here. I don't know why we don't do that, but we'll start doing that. All right. Craig Wright is Satoshi. Okay. Yokosuka was hot. My CO while in the reserves was Marshall Colt, played in a few movies. Cool as F. Sent some of us to Kyoto to find a temple and give a report on it. Oh, really? That sounds cool. Like you want a little adventure, whatever. Uh-oh, here we go. Craig Wright is fake Satoshi. Total poser. Gabriel Gonzalez, why don't you like Bitcoin? Oh, no. This rabbit hole is opening up. Don't worry. Everyone will know the truth soon. And it will set you free, right, Cool Cat? It will set you free. All right, yeah, XRP is better in every way than Bitcoin. Oh, God, here we go. Not better than BSV. Yeah, Boomer. Okay, now we're having a serious conversation. Yeah, Boomer. I'm a Airedale Hangar Bay Flight Deck Air Department V3 on the Tarawa IHA1. Hopefully that's an I, not an L. Better than Bitcoin for sure. Better than Bitcoin Cash for sure. Did the RM rate come back? Oh, God, here we go. XRP is for the giant central banks to send huge amounts of money back and forth. XRP can only do 1,500 transactions per second, which is more than enough for its intended use. However, BSV is for Web3 and will be scaled to over 1 million TPS. We did cover that. To handle tons more transactions daily than XRP does. And on that note, that was one of the selling points for me, where I was like, you know what? It ain't going to hurt me at, I don't know, would it come into it $32? Because I've been monitoring it for a while since last summer. I was like, man, I think this is bottom for BSV. So I bought a handful, $125 worth. A handful, it was 3.7, right? But I think I'm still in the profits. I'm not complaining. Anyway. Boomer says, only time he was in California was for boot in a school, San Diego. Okay. All right. Reminds me of those chop frames from 80s TV shows, lol. All right. Let me jump down. We're going to get back into our outline. So, show the thing with Crypto Lulu. Mad love and respect for Crypto Lulu. Let's jump into this next thing we have here. And I believe it is a little bit of quant. Stay quamfy. All right. So here it is. Shout out to Mr. San. And it says, from Harrington Star, your success, our business. I know I blew this up. It says the most influential financial technology firms of 2023. Let's jump into this. So look what's highlighted here. We're always talking about this Fed Now showcase. How about the Harrington Star showcase? All right. So when we go further down, you will see, look at this, quant. Yes. Look who's also featured here, R3, Corda. All right, cool stuff. Now, why are we pointing this out? Well, Mr. San, as in Mr. Sandman, give me a treat. Give me some of that XDC R3, and I don't know where I'm going with this. Max can sometimes flow. Mr. Sandman, let's get up and go. I don't know. I'm not going to do that anymore. All right. So it says Digital Pound Foundation is in there as well, where Gilbert, who's the board member, right, the Digital Pound Foundation, and Martin Hargreaves are also part of. Look what it says. And I guess that's the biggest going to make it. So it says R3 has been acknowledged as one of 2023's the most influential financial technology firms by Harrington Star. Now, if you're wondering, again, just like who the heck is that? I don't know what Harrington Star is. What in the blood clot is Harrington Star, Max? Well, We'll get to that in just a second. So when you go to Harrington Star, it's going to pull up this particular, I believe this is a PDF. It's just loading up. Give me a second. And yeah, it has this whole outline of the most influential financial technology firms of 2023. We could take a moment for that to still load up. We'll jump back to it in a bit. But look what it says, R3. All right, congratulations to all the other nominees. We can't wait to see each and every one will shape, how they'll shape in the future to the digital economy, excuse me. Read up more in regards to that here. I thought it was pretty big stuff. Here's the brochure as in a PDF. This is issue 1 of 2023. But if anything, hold on, let me pull this up for a second. I think it mentions quant multiple times. Hold on. Yeah, it does. So let's get into the first part of this. Let me see where we're at on this. Sorry. Why is it not highlighting? Because the thing broke. Lame. All right, hold on a second. I hate when this happens. I'm a very detail-oriented person, and when my stuff doesn't work right, it really annoys me. All right, I'm sorry about that. We'll kick it into. Maybe we'll just go straight to reading more about it. Hold on a second. Yeah, here we go. This is fine. This guy to the rescue named Jeff. All right. So this was posted on March 27th. Thank you, Harrington Star, for selecting us as one of this year's most influential financial technology firms. We are only as strong as our members. If you want to be part of this incredible community, head on over to the membership page. But again, I mean, it just, highlights some of these specific things. And, I don't know. I thought it was pretty cool. I, of course, did want to show you the PDF. That brochure is really cool. I was able to highlight before the show. I don't know why I'm not able to highlight it now. Makes no sense. But anyway, let's get into a little bit more of our outline. Let's kick it into a little bit of a combination of XDC, the triple X's basically, right? And you can even throw in conflicts. But the key thing is what? Utility. So shout out to this person who is Crypto Queen. And I'll give her a follow because this was pretty cool. She says most altcoins posted a below par performance in March. But listen to this. XRP, XLM, Conflux, XDC, and Mask, which I don't know anything about Mask, I'll just be honest, defy the trend by posting double-digit gains. Of course, there's a whole article about from Cointelegraph. We won't get into this, but we can read this plain as day. This is on what, guys? This is on the 30-day chart. And look at it for yourself. Conflux, 97%. Labeled, according to Ted of Lift Capital, shout out to him, as being Chinese-matic. You got to keep in mind, Conflux, about what, month and a half ago, was sitting at about 4 cents. So yeah, depending on how much a person had invested in it, I think some millionaires were made. Mask Network, don't know about it. I'm not going to talk about it. But XDC, definitely will talk about it because we do know about it. 54.24% up on the 30-day chart. Shout out to you, Salamander. I mean, yeah, man. You're happy about that. XRP, you know me, 53 cents, up 40.5%. Stellar, up 25%. But what's the consistent thing? All three of these have to do with ISO 222. And the price did move on the upside, whether people want to believe that or not, based on the implementation. I get it, it's a messaging system, so on, but you definitely want to take note of that. Consistency. All right, well, I think one more and we'll kick it back into the comments. So there's this right here. And actually, that's not it. Sorry. I think it's this one. Yeah, it's this one right here. Recognize what we're going to show you on the screen. XDC, DNI interoperability, technology, and existing technology solutions across physical and financial supply chains, right? Finance supply chains. Right? Look who's tagged here. The ITFA, for instance. Why would that be? Right? Digital trade. Right? So the blueprint for digital negotiable instruments. Let's break it down for a moment. I already retweeted this. So on the far left, it says digital negotiable instruments, additional technologies to add new value. How so? Interoperability, technology, and so on. You see some of the other particular ones. I mean, you guys are smart. Don't really have to break it out too much. But I want to show you this real quick, which is the smart contract infrastructure. Cool Cat's always talking about infrastructure. Look at this. Transaction level carbon offsetting, escrow payment, settlement using fiat money, CBDC, or even a stable coin. Look what's mentioned on this other particular one. Verifiable and freely transformable negotiable instruments. What kind of instruments? Well, you have a bill of exchange, a promissory note. You remember promissory notes back in the day? I don't know. Some of you guys probably remember promissory notes. Anyway, house or warehouse receipt, bill of lading, and other. Now look at this key thing. You know how we're always talking about XTC when it comes to how they stand out with trade? Well, you can see some of this right here. Treasury management, supply chain finance, right? Who was it just mentioned they own some vet? So you totally understand the whole thing of what they bring to the table as far as supply chain, right? But XTC with trade finance, e-identity, trade finance, APIs being connected to that. That's big. Transport and logistics. I mean, technically, you could apply something like VET to that particular equation. How about this? E-identified trade distribution. But the key thing is both trade and trade distribution, as well as transport and logistics. Those are three key components of this particular breakdown. And some people could also say, well, supply chain is part of the mix as well. Yeah, you could throw that in there as well. But those, I would say, yeah, those four on the far, what was it, the second from the left to the, what you see on the right, those are all key. DNI, interoperability, technology, and existing technology solutions across physical and finance supply chains. All right, I'm going to kick it back into the comments. Thank you again for being here. Let's see. Let's go further down. Marvin Davis. Yeah, love Lulu channel along with Lift Capital and T's Crypto, Spot, ISO, GOAT, and Crypto Talk Now. Well, thanks, man. Appreciate that, Marvin. I'm sure that Ted also appreciates that, and let's face it. I mean, Crypto Lulu, I'm sure he would appreciate it, but he's on a whole different level compared to us. I mean, hopefully someday we get to that too. But River says, I think Lulu was talking about quant connecting everything together. Yeah, that's a good point. He does mention quant. I mean, I know he talks about XRP and Stellar a lot, right? But he does talk about quant as well. Smash that like if you haven't done so already. For those who are still awake, thanks for being around. 32 Street Pier 1 through 13 Club Metro, says Marvin Davis. You have a conversation. Okay, hold on a second. Chat GPT wrote you a message, wrote you a crypto rap if you Twitter message, Max. All right, hold on a second. Probably going to be some kind of crazy joke about me being a maxi pad or something like that. Max, aka La Douche or something like that. Douche Talk Now or something. All right, let's see here. Oh, God. Okay. Let's talk about the crypto. That's hot. XRP is on the rise. It's a juggernaut. It's got the speed. It's got the sass. And when it comes to transactions, it's lightning fast. XRP, crypto, that's got it all. Speed, security, and it can't be stalled. Better believe it's making waves, and it's here to stay for all of our days. Comparing to other cryptos, it's the best. No need to hold, no need to invest. It's fast, scalable, and it won't break the bank. Faster than lightning, making the competition look plain. XRP, the crypto that's got it all. Speed, security, and it can't be stalled. Better believe it's making waves, and it's here to stay for all of our days. Sorry, I don't have this perfect. So if you want to join the blockchain game, better take a glance, better latch onto its name. XRP, the crypto that's set to dominate, is going to win a race at this very rate. XRP, the crypto that's got all speed, security, and it can't be stalled. Better believe it's making waves and it's here to stay for all of our days. That is it for me. I got to go, but catch me next time for more crypto flow. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. Now, don't forget XRP, the crypto treasure. Wow, that is actually pretty good. That's from ChatGPT. That's awesome, man. That is super cool. Maybe I have to like find some royalty-free thing and do it the right way. That is super cool, man. Yeah, I like that, Crypto Mike. I have to definitely say that. In fact, I'll put that on a notepad. Hold on. Let's see. I can't do it right now, but I will. That is cool. Very cool. All right. Boomer F says Quant, HBAR, and then XLM. BSV is a steal right now. Let me see where it's at right now. Hold on. Let's bring up your BSV. BSV. Yeah, you know me. And Mr. Craig Wright being Satoshi, doing his thing, spitting the bars. Where are you at right now? In the middle of the bar on a late night with the crew, looking at that crab right now. It looks so good. I want to eat it right now. It tastes delightful. Gonna grab my what? My AR-15 rifle. Shoot the thing at the beach. You know what is? Never mind. I'm not gonna do anymore. Anyway, 3606 is the price currently speaking for BSV. All right. I went and saw the Coral Sea when it was in Vancouver. Oh, cool. He invested to the Cool Cat Crypto's exit liquidity pool BSV. That's funny. Gonna get some more BSV, says River. All right, yeah, let me double check the price again. Hold on. 3606. I think I got like a 32. Cool Cat Crypto says, so I'll read the other one for you, Cool Cat. London blockchain event end of May, 1st of June, featuring BSV. Take a look at that and pay attention. Huge things coming. Many of you will wish you had time machine to come back here and buy BSV at $36. Interesting. Oh, I missed a super chat. All right, hold on a second. GG says I was is part of CPAC Fleet Pearl Harbor and a little bit in Point Loma. That's awesome. Man, I cannot wait to visit some of these historical sites. That's my idea of a vacation, is visiting historical sites. Or, one part of my vacation, CTN rap song in the Twitter message. Oh, there's a new one? Let me see. I see that Mr. Quant Papa's here. Speaking of rap, I love it when they call me Quant Pop, but not because of shot. He's all up in the comments saying what's up to Max. Gotta go. Before you can conversate for a few, because in a few he will do what he came to do. Ain't that right, Cool Cat Crypto? True. We turn on the telly and watch CTN in the crib where we could watch a movie in the jacuzzi, baby. No, I'm kidding. All right. Quant Pop, but Max making Max profit. I don't know where I went with that. All right, so let's go ahead and see if Mr. What's his name actually sent me something. I don't see anything more. So maybe that was the one. All right, that was a cool rap that you sent. But yeah, Mike, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Really do appreciate it. Quant Papa, good seeing you, man. Always appreciate you, man. I mean, a lot of what we cover is what you chop up. So, it's kind of like, we're talking about hip hop, rap and stuff, right? So maybe it's like, shout to Gangstar, one of my all-time favorite rap duos of all time. Rest in peace, Guru of Gangstar. But yeah, Guru and Premier. Maybe it's like, I'm Guru and you're DJ Premier. You're chopping it up and I'm giving it the delivery. Anyway. Crazy stuff. All right. Cool Cat says infrastructure is important. Bitcoin SV has gigantic warehouses full of supercomputer. Oh, this is where you're getting some of this stuff. That is the backbone of the new financial system. Don't your favorite blockchains have that? Yeah, I knew you're going to bust that out at some point. I doubt it. Most of this garbage crypto is just a computer program on someone's PCs. Things. All right. Quant Papa says Max making max profit. Oh, yeah, that's right. I read that. Liquidity over speculation, says Newman Lord. Welcome. Damn, Sean vanished like a fart in the wind when I started teaching him about Bitcoin. No, it's called, he probably has a life. No offense. You get what I'm saying. I didn't mean that in a bad way. All right, so Quant Papa, April gone, be crazy month. I hope you all gone moon effing hard. A lot of bank updates this month. Marvin Days, Brother Max, what's puts on the same level as the other creators in the interaction with the community? That's the most important. Oh, well, thanks, man. Appreciate that. Yeah, baby. Oh. One day when I have enough voice line clips, I can make a rap out of it. Yeah, get Chat GPT to help you out with that, man. I mean, Mike Cornwell did that and it was pretty darn cool. We got some more for you guys, but you know what? I will go ahead and share this real quick. Yeah, he has nothing against you, Cool Cat. I mean, I know there's a lot of times you talk a lot of crap, you kind of shill out some crap, but I mean, he's the type of guy in which, he's not going to be like, part of cancel culture and ban you. Or think about this, guys. Can we mint this? How many other particular channels just, they're trigger happy admins, they'll ban you. That could be applied even for, like for instance, I still run some game servers. They're not as popular as they used to be, but I remember playing games and hopping on other game servers, and we had some trigger happy, ban happy admins. He said something that was not even just one time, boom, instantly banned. Like no warning, no nothing, just boom, gone. It's just like, come on. I mean, another one, 200x long. Wow. All right. Well, let me see. I'll play this for you guys real quick. Let me see where we're at. So, I'll pull up my channel. Here is my other channel. I haven't made a video on here for a long time, but I still have a decent amount of subscribers and stuff. All right. So, here's my DPG Maximus. And let me see. I'm just typing Imagine. There it goes. So this is, my rapper name, Joe-C, Joe C featuring John Lennon Imagine remix, right? And of course the instrumentals from Keelan Shaw Instrumentals. Listen to the lyrics. It's not perfectly spot on. Again, I wanted to be in a studio at the time. I wanted to have a professional mic, all that stuff. So I had to use what I had. But the lyrics, though, I got some good compliments about the lyrics. So here we go.
Imagine the pain, imagine the sorrow, imagine what life would be like if there was no tomorrow. It's easy to imagine if you tried. This world is filled with so much hate and so much divide. Whatever happened to non-biased news? Remember when CNN claimed to be that news? Democratic, liberals, Republican, conservatives. We need a new party with new alternatives. Imagine we all rose up to make a change. Instead, we sit back and all get played. You see, that is the life that I made. Go to college, graduate so I can get paid. In reality, it's not what you do or say, it's how you execute your plan with goals conveyed. Social media hate preach with lies. Which side will you choose? Which side will you abide? Let me tell you a story of a Chinese man back in '89, tried to take a stand, died for his views in a land where they will murder you, cause they can. You may say it's not fair, but imagine Tiananmen Square facing down those tanks. He must have been scared. Can you imagine the burden he bared? 30 years later, his act reaches the masses. 1 million strong, let's silence their asses. Come on, y'all, let's stand up. Come on, y'all, let's man up. Cause you can't shut up the atrocities done shed by claiming that hip-hop around the world has gone dead. money, power, fortune, and fame. That seems to be the recipe for happiness, and so they say. If peace on earth was here today, we share it with others or instead share hate? You see, that is the problem that we have. One side shares love while the other gets mad. Imagine your time was up. Would you act like you didn't give up? What? Of course you wouldn't. That's why you're here. Listen and hope that my message becomes clear. Don't turn back. Never fear. We're all in this together, no matter the year. For those clowns who want to pull you down, take your frown and turn it upside down. Time to get together and forever share life. This message isn't about who's wrong or who's right. Take it hard or light, but in reality, we need to end this fight.
All right, so I made that back in like, I don't know, man. It was like summer of 2020. So there you go. The one and only song I ever made. Vintage Maximus right there. So, all right, let's get back into the comments. And let's see here. We have, let's see here. Cool Cat says, Sean loves me. He knows he does. Yeah, he does. He's all right with you. I'm another 200x long. Oh, geez. Disagreements are good for ratings. People love a good dust up. Yeah, I hear you. But as long as it just, it doesn't complete, like, you don't want to like take over a person's whole show. I know some people do that though, anyway. Newman Lord, I enjoy your shows, especially on Jasmine. Well, thanks, man. We didn't do no Jasmine tonight. And let me show you the reason why we didn't do it tonight. So if you're wondering, like, what the heck, there was no Jasmine tonight, right? Well, you got to keep in mind, right? I did a deep dive, all right? So let's go ahead and show some emphasis on that for just a brief moment. What is Max talking about deep dive? Here it is. I think I got it. Hold on. Yeah. So it's this right here, and you can check it out for yourself. And the thumbnail, like it says, Jasmine, Hyperledger, now payments, payment gateway, will Japan's CBDC use Jasmine? Has a whole particular breakdown. And it's I don't know, it's quite the deep dive, right? It's like, I think it's like 40 minutes or something like that. I mean, I really, really get into it. I don't normally request people to, view the videos, but if you're into Jasmine, I will state this, like, I got to toot my own horn on this one. I did pound it home when it comes to the research on this particular one. So Jasmine's your thing, which it is, of course, for me and a few you other guys. You owe it to yourself to take a look at this particular one when you get some time. But yeah, glad to share that. Burned by Saitama. I too was burned by Saitama. Welcome, Max. Yes, welcome. Burned by Saitama. Volt Army in the house. Good to have you here. Glad to have you here. Burned by Saitama. Appreciate it, man. Old school vibes. Yep. GS Triple C. If you like dust ups, go to Crypto News with Bob. LOL. He always gets triggered. Ooh, geez. GS, I think he already banned me. Haha, kidding. That's funny. Rage Against the Machine, Maximus. Yep. Like me some Rage back in the day. I still like Rage. I'll check it out. Very anti-XRP crowd. Feel sorry for them. What are they, a bunch of Bitcoin maxis? All right. Cool Cat Crypto. I don't really like dust ups all that much. I just fire back when somebody makes a wise crack directed at me. I never really technically done that though. where I make a wise crack directed at you or anybody. But if you ever felt like I did, it was not intentional. All right. GS says, yeah, his mom's name is Space Karen. Wow, what a name. Total douche of a person. That stream is hella toxic. With the name of Space Karen, that in itself is just cringe. All right. I'm gonna read that. So he said this is a conversation with you guys, but he said, GS, oh my god, dude. I actually did get banned from there. They are all Cardano maxis. Wow. She says, I'm cool with Bob. He likes fishing. Yeah, Ada and Vet Maxis. Oh boy, really? That's an interesting crowd. Crypto McDizzle for shizzle. Manizzle for show. April 26, 1992. There was a riot on the street. Tell me, where were you? Oh, that sounds familiar. That sounds very familiar. Well, you're busting out a rhyme. At the same time, you are referring to, if anything, I mean, you got to keep in mind there was the whole thing of Rodney King. And then, of course, we had the LA riots. Anyway. Cool Cat Crypto. I went there and effed up. All lives matter. Yeah. Well, I mean, in the video, it shows, Black Lives Matter, Blue Lives Matter, all lives matter, your life matters. You got to keep in mind, I mean, this is during a time like people are dying for crying out loud. And then on top of that, some people were depressed or taking their life. I don't know. I just felt compelled to make that for some reason during that time. Max with the hot fire. Well, thank you, man. Appreciate that. Burned by Saitama. You see my 380% up post earlier? Yeah, my thing is this. So I have never taken the deep dive to understand futures. I'll be honest. I know. I mean, I obviously know. It's kind of like with shorts. It's like the opposite way. You can obviously make a nice yield on that and so on. I need to study it. I need to learn more about it. Maybe I am missing out because it's like, well, all these things are popping off, and maybe I can make some money on the way, but I don't know. I gotta learn more about. I need to be familiar about something before I get into anything. That's just the way I am. To me, it's like I just owe it to myself to learn more about it. You know what I mean? Like, and I'm also talking about some assets that I believe that are going to be my long-term holds. I also don't want to make it a point where somehow, some way I get wrecked in the short term while I'm waiting for some of those long-term gains. You get where I'm coming from? Crypto McDizzle been running the auto margin on a 200x and caught it just right. Jeez, that's good, man. I'm glad to see that you're doing well. GG says that song reminds me of Ghetto Boys. Damn it, feel good to be a gangster. Oh yeah, yeah. I like some of their songs. What's that one song? What is that song? It's gonna bug me now. All I can think of, you're gonna think this is weird because I'm a hum this. It goes like this: do 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 bum 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 bum, and then they're rhyming from like a prison cell. I forgot the name of that song, but that's probably my favorite Ghetto Boys song. Anyway, it's not coming off of the top of my head, probably because I'm 4.5 hours into the show, and I only had 1.5 hours of sleep last night. River says, try to get Bob to take a look at elk. Short-lived look. Oh yeah, probably because they probably think that you're that you're trying to shill like a meme token, and they don't realize it's not. That's not the case. Sublime, did you get the rhyme in your Twitter inbox? Ooh, all right, hold on. Nope. All I got from you is the XRP rep. All right, let's jump back. At River, he probably told you what a dummy you were for not being an ADA, Maxi. Well, I mean, maybe some people don't consider $4,000 into one project a lot of money, but at the time I thought it was. So, I put $4,000 to ADA. I overpaid for it. Again, it was part of my crypto journey. I'm just not really. I understand that the prices right now, it seems like, well, maybe I should just, just like I could offset the price by, DCAing one more time into ADA. But my thing is, it ain't going to bother me because the way I look at it is I'd rather put that money that I would allocate to DCAing twice into ADA and then just, I don't know, buying Rio or buying more Stellar or XDC or maybe some Quant or whatever, All right. River says Bob is all right, but lots of white noise. He has some good perspectives with his vids, though. GS, he gets pissed when anyone brings up Jasmine. Why? Did he get wrecked because he bought at the top of the mountain? Huh? Is he one of those type of guys? Probably, right? Hate to say that, but let's face it, that's a thing. Big Watch Dude is back. I was wondering about you, man. I literally said to myself, you guys don't think I keep track of people? I do. So I said to myself, I wonder what happened to Big Watch Dude. I literally said that a few days ago. Like, I don't know. I was just sitting there and I was like, munching down on my In-N-Out burger or something like that. Yeah, cool cat crypto, not my duck sauce, as you would say. My In-N-Out. And I was like thinking about stuff. I'm like, you think about, as a content creator, you think about like, what happened to this guy who's a regular? You came up in my head. I thought to myself, what happened to Big Watch Dude? Because I remember seeing you in the mornings. I were at Daniel Gayton for Morning Crypto. And, but it's good to see you, man, that you're still alive, you're well, and you're still sporting the X, as in maybe the triple X's, right? X going to get it to you. But yeah, my mom's playing tricks on me. Yep. Thank you for, man, your hip hop, man. That is awesome. Here's the virtual dab from the metaverse to my metaverse to yours. All right. Let's go further down. Cool Cat Crypto says, so much for my typo-free keyboard. GG, ADA keeps missing deadlines. Yes, and it's becoming only a cult with Charles Hoskinson. So overrated with not much to show for it. That's kind of like where I'm at it with it. I want to believe that long term is going to be solid, but man, they operate at a snail's pace. What's that one movie where there's a sloth and he's at the DMV? I never saw it yet, but it's popular amongst the kids. Like if you got kids. But I remember one of those key scenes where it shows a sloth and he's like, he works at the DMV and it's just like taking forever. I think that should be the trailer for ADA. That's just me. Hold on. He says it's not the Bitcoin is Japan. Oh, he's being he's being technical about that. Jeez. Oh man, that's horrible. Here's one thing I love about Sean Crypto Smith. I mean, yeah, it's technically not the Bitcoin is Japan, right? It gets labeled that way because of what? It's one of the first, right? That's the main thing, right? The first cryptocurrencies of Japan, technically speaking. Yeah, I mean, they're eventually going to have smart contracts. As we know, does Bitcoin have smart contracts? No, there might have been forks of it, but there's no smart contracts. So I don't know. He's probably one of those type of people. He just doesn't understand. He must be super technical. I just think that's lame, personally. It's like, come on, man. You don't need to be oblivious to the verbiage, the terminology, right? Big Watch 2 says, I've been here, Max, just sitting back in the cut listening. Oh, thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. There's nothing wrong with that. At least you're still here. Appreciate you, man. Really, I mean that. GZ Zootopia, that's right. Zootopia. He thinks ADA is the Bitcoin of Japan. Marvin Davis, classic Ghetto Boys. That beat was my mind playing tricks on me. Yeah. Listen to Scarface singles. He's spitting. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, that beat was pretty good. All right, hold on a second. I think we got a little bit more on our outline. We talked about R3, Digital Pound Foundation. Hold on a second. Talked about the whole chart with Conflux, the blueprint for XDC. This one, I think I'll save that for another day. Hold on a second. Where are we at? Where are we at? I don't know. I might be getting to the point where I might wrap this up, to be honest. Let's see. No, we're going to do it. And Lines block update. Promise I was going to do it earlier. We're going to do it right now. So, you know, this darn chair starting to stick to me. That's what happens when it starts to get a little bit warmer here in Phoenix. Like, depending on what kind of furniture you have, things start sticking to you. You know, turn on the air, but at the same time, I don't want my dad to be cold. So, you know, when you get old, you get cold, I guess. It's a thing. And he's 88 years old, and I don't want to be him. I don't want him to be miserable for me to be comfortable. I'm not selfish like that. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, just turn on the fan right here. You know what I mean? So, all right. So let's get into this. If you're wondering, is he ever going to talk about Nexera? He said that he would earlier. I am going to get into that. Go turn on my serious face, right? So this is the Alliance block news you're looking for. Lionel Richie. We ever have merch? We're going to have Lionel Richie on it or something. I don't know. All right. So check this out. And shout out, of course, to Alliance Block. Here's some new news. How new? Today. Posted this morning. So Alliance Block. The Alliance Block 4-year staking campaign is now updated on the DeFi terminal. So what is this? Stakers in the legacy ALBT campaign can claim the same amount of Nexera tokens and rewards once the 4-year staking period expires. Now, this did get asked a while ago. Remember when this got asked, you guys? And some of you guys said, are they ever going to address this issue? They are addressing it. Here's the news you're looking for. The updated campaign is live at allianceblock. This particular URL. If anything, I'll pull it up in a second. But yeah, here's the particular thumbnail in regards to it. They do answer this in an outline. So let's get into that outline. Smash that like if you haven't done so already. Let's wake up. Wake up. It's the first of the month. Yes, for some places it is. Shout out to the Bone Thugs in Harmony. Stakers of the 2-year staking campaign, which recently ended, can also see an updated campaign on the Alliance Block DeFi terminal, like I mentioned before. But yeah, community update, 2-year staking campaign updated on the terminal. There is a thread in regards to this. They want us to make sure to join their official Telegram. Let's face it, Telegram's kind of toxic, but you can stay up to date with that. Let's pull up this particular page. So here it is in regards to the active campaigns. You can connect your wallet and so on. They do have options, obviously, other than Ethereum. I know Cool Cat's like, heck no. Yeah, go with something else, like probably Polygon or Avalanche, right? Or even, I guess, was it Binance Smart Chain? They have a thing there to connect your wallet. There's active campaigns. Here's the list of all the particular campaigns. And they want to note that by staking your tokens, you will be locked during the whole period, including cooldown period if applicable. Here's that particular breakdown. So, you can earn up to 25.02% APY, right? And the expiration time is 30 months. I mean, that's a long time, right? That's for the full duration, apparently. Currently, there's 1 active campaign. There's 6 that already expired. Let me see if I can pull that up real quick. Let's load up one of the campaigns to kind of show you what I'm talking about. Looks like this one's full. So, I mean, apparently people are hopping on this. Maybe look more into it. Sometimes, let's face it, guys. There could be an instance where, because remember I mentioned the whole old tokens, I guess you could say. So some people at some point could very well maybe pull it out. And then you will notice that the update where it says it's full, I say like 90% or whatever. If this is you, where you're like, you know what, I really would love to stake it, earn 25% APY because I'm into Nexera for long term. I mean, let's face it, that is a thing. It's kind of a win-win situation, right? If you understand staking, takes it out of circulation, creates temporary scarcity to a sense, right? And that's a good thing, but it's not like a real burn, right? It's just it's a temporary fix. But yeah, 25%. I mean, I wouldn't complain about 25%. So Maybe that really starts adding up for you, depending on how much Nexera you own. But there you go. I think that's just about it in regards to this particular update. And yeah, looks like it is. So cool stuff. Glad to be able to share it. And there is the particular Alliance block update. All right. I'm going to jump down into the comments a little bit more. We're about 4 hours and 41 minutes into it. In reality, the first hour was technical problems. So technically, we're only about 3 hours and 41 minutes into this. Talked a lot about what's going on in the world. All right, let's see here. I'm trying to see where we're at. All right, let's go further down. GG. Okay. Or maybe this one. Yeah, my favorite jam is Digital Underground. Freaks of the industry. Yep. I remember when Tupac used to just kind of dance for them and so on. But you know what? It was a stepping stone in his career. The sad thing is, I would have much preferred if he could have still hung out with that crowd compared to him hanging out with Suge Knight and, West Side Pyru Bloods. I mean, no thank you. Anyway, Gigi says, love ALBT. Also partnered with Quant with the Digital Pound Foundation. If you recall, yeah, you're right. It should have been on my list. It's all right. Nexera, yes. Theta Frog, welcome. Marvin Davis, y'all heard of 8 Ball MJG? Yep. UGK, absolutely. 3-6 Mafia, Bone Thugs, Dog. Oh man, Dog Pound, are you kidding me? Love me some DPG. Where do you think the DPG came from originally? All right, look at my Twitter handle, for crying out loud. Hold on, let's pull that up real quick. What do you see here? At DPG Maximus, right? Dog Pound Gaming Maximus. So yeah, I've been running the same gaming group for 21 years now. And yeah, I mean, we used to have like times where we really thrived, but when they dropped support of dedicated server files for MW2, the original MW2 that came out in 2009, you know what I mean? It was the start of the death of gaming communities. It really sucked. But we made adjustments and so on. We just started playing some of the older stuff that had support, but that only lasted so long. All right. Big Watch Dude says, hey, Max, Pac also spit some bars on I Get Around. Yeah, you did. I mean, my thing is, oh, man, God, he's got a lot of good songs, man. He really, really does. Apocalypse Now, Me Against the World. I'm talking about these albums, right? Great albums, long before All Eyes on Me, right? In some cases, I like some of the songs that he used to, as you would say, like some of the bars he spit on some of these tracks, right? It's just a lot more positive vibes back then. All right, GG says UGK got a pocket full of stones. We appreciate you, Max, for all your deep dives and work, bro. Thanks for all you do. Thanks for all that you do, Larry. I doubt that he's listening at this time right now, but I'll pass the message on to him. Thank you, man. I appreciate that because I mean, you guys don't understand. I mean, Larry is going through some things right now, not just with his eye, just like the whole thing with his dad. It's just, say if you're the type of guy of the faith and so on, say a prayer for Larry. There's nothing wrong with saying prayer for anybody, really. But yeah, he should be back tomorrow and also on Sunday. But he did mention, like maybe about 10 minutes before the show started, he's like, hey man, just checking in with you. I'm still having issues with my eye, but I'm gonna try my best on the show. So, if he appears as though he's nervous or anything like that, it's not intentional. It's just he really is having problems with his eye. And as a result, I mean, I can imagine if I had problems with my eye, one or the other, right? It's hard to focus and it's hard to put on a smiley face and all that stuff and focus on the material and bring it and so on. So, but thank you, man. If it wasn't for Larry, I wouldn't even be here with you guys and so on. It was an opportunity to join a bigger platform compared to my particular channel. I joined up with him right around 6,000 subs. And then, of course, we're at where we're at now. We're a team. My main thing was, even when I was doing the whole theater thing, when I was doing improv, my key thing was I want to be on a team with other people who are just as passionate as I am, but I want to be part of a team. And, when you're solo and everything, it's hard to get up and go. Don't get me wrong. I love to be passionate about deep dives and all that stuff. But my thing is, I just simply want somebody where I can talk to and be like, here's what we're trying to do. Here's what we're trying to, some of the goals. If you're all alone in this, it makes it that much harder. I guess it wouldn't be so bad like if I had a spouse or something like that. Just a lot of things I do is always on my own. I get tired of that. You know what I mean? And if anything, like that affects my mental health. I don't have mental health problems, but what I'm saying is, like, you know where I'm coming from. Some of you guys, shout out to you. Like, if you got a great relationship or wife or whatever, or companion, it's like, you're their rock to fall on and vice versa. And so, I don't know. Maybe that sounds bad for me to even mention this right now, but it's just, it is what it is. I'm glad to have a teammate. I'm glad that we have a community. That was my main thing. I'm at the point in my life right now when it comes to like community. I'm real big on community. A perfect example, like my gaming community. That was an era that I went through and lived through with DPG. I miss those guys. I do miss playing those games with them. So I'm probably going to start playing Hell Let Loose here soon. Probably start doing some videos, probably do some old Battlefield 5, whatever the case be, right? I might start making videos again, but just every once in a while. My main passion is still crypto. But the key thing is, for me, I was analyzing this a few days ago. I said to myself, one of the key things for me is community. The reason why we thrive so well, and we had like over, our forums, we had like over 10,000 members. I think we had over, maybe over 1 million posts, over 100,000 threads. The key thing was it was community. So I started that, was the founder of DPG, online gaming community. And, we were super active in Call of Duty at the time, Battlefield, and some of those other games. But what made us thrive was just that, the community, right? So this is something that started over 20 years ago. And from January 23rd, 2002 is technically when it started. So from that point all the way up to, I would say roughly, I don't know, 2015, something like that. Like things just started to we didn't thrive as much as we used to. For me personally, with what we got going on here, this is like my second wave of a different form of a community. And that's always been my thing is community involvement and so on. That's something I can get behind 100%. So just a little background anyway. All right, so I'm gonna read a few more comments. Heel Larry says, Quant Papa, thanks for that, man. At GG UGK equals only real hip hop fans know how fire they work. Are you kidding me? Yes, I'm with you on that. Quant Papa, may Larry be, have health. You're not alone, Max. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. P Nice XLM is going off. Let's double check that real quick. Let's see if it really is going off. Let's see where we're at. I don't think it's currently going off, but I definitely would agree it's going off. All right, so yeah, up 25% for the week. 24 hours under 1%, but yeah, for the week it definitely is. Thank you for that comment. McDizzle says this group is with each other a lot, but for like a year now, almost a year, not quite. Crazy and coming soon is all coming together. Why you invested? I hope you are all diversified. I definitely am, but my complaint is I just like a lot of you guys got the same complaint. You always want more, and then once you get it all, then you want even that much more. And I guess you could say it's a sense it's kind of like a little bit of greed, but I don't know if it's necessarily greed. It's like the example we made earlier. Like, for instance, Salamander, right? He obviously DCA'd the living crap out of XDC. He has 1.5 million. That is actually pretty darn impressive, right? And it alleviates a lot of pressure off of him to reach certain goals, because for everybody else that's, trying to get, like, say $10 in XDC or 20 or whatever, right? Which Common Sense Crypto says as high as 80. You're going to have to really hold on to that one for quite a while. For him, maybe $1 is like, he's good. You know what I mean? Because think about this. We know darn well when it comes to Salamander, and maybe his ears are ringing right now. I woke him up. I don't know. But we know darn well when it comes to Salamander and his positioning of XDC, if he was to exit out of like $1, right, that would be $1.5 million. Is that it for Salamander and his crypto journey of all-time highs? No. If anything, he has XRP. He has, I'm sure he has XLM. He's mentioned some of his top ones. I'm pretty sure, like, him and I's top 4, top 5 are very, very similar. Like, you know what I mean? So maybe he cashes out on his XDC, depending on, of course, if the dollar's not collapsed, there's always that. But, people need to realize, and I think you guys do, that when it comes to some of these cryptos, that's the power of the DCA. That's the power of diversification. And why is that so crucial? Why is that so important? Because it helps offset and alleviate the pressure for you to reach the goals that you're looking for. If his goal is, a dream job, like he mentioned, and so on, and in order for to do that, it's $1 XDC, man, he's going to smash that. When we get into this, even in a bull run, let's say not even a utility run, a bull run, I mean, I think we can get to that. You know what I mean? Of course, there's going to be a utility run, though. And who built like nobody else, right? I should say like nobody else. I mean, obviously there's Quant and so on, but I am with Rich at Common Sense Crypto. You know how many times Rich mentioned during his recordings that XDC built in the 2022 crypto bear market, right? They did. The key thing is the innovators that built during those times of bearish activity and so on. And look where they're emerging right now. Look at their partnerships. Look at the blockchain technologies they have. Look at all the decentralized apps they have. Look at the ecosystem that they're building and so on, or have built. Shout out to you guys. You're into GBEX. You're into XSwap, stuff like that. I recognize it. I don't hold it yet, but I recognize it. But there's also projects that I'm in that you're not in as well, right? Like Audius, Audio, the Graph, a few others. The key thing, though, is what? The research that we've done and the common denominated factor of utility. Like, what's his name? Steely Bomber. What does he say? I always mess this up as of lately. I want to say computers. That's not what he says. That one messes me up. Somebody help me out with that. All right. Crazy and coming soon. It's all coming together. Why you invested? I hope you're. Yeah, that's right. We read that one. Marvin Davis, pocket full of stones. One day you hear me. Oh, yeah. Pocket full of stones. One day you hear, man. And the next day you're going to y'all tap with the zero. And Jada, I can't say right now. I'm in a crypto relationship wise by myself, but I'm a loner born by myself. Ball with who I choose. Okay. I'm investing into so many small caps. I hope some hit. I know you are. Blackwood, I'm still kind of new, but glad I found your channel, Max. Well, thank you, Blackwood. The way I look at it, you're no longer new. You're a very familiar face. How you're a familiar face? Well, you obviously have your dog. I think that's your dog. If that's not your dog, you just think it's a cool dog. But I instantly recognize, your avatar. At this point, also with the name of Blackwood, nobody else has that. But yeah, thank you very much, man. Those are some kind words. Always appreciate it. It says, never seen a group on YouTube where everyone is chill. Glad to chat with good people. How about this? You're very right about this. So as we know, when it comes to telegrams, they're very toxic. I think we represent the opposite of that toxicity here with our, as you would say, good people, our group. Big watch, dude. Hopefully the community will stay together once the bull run hits and people get financially comfortable. Yes, We'll still be around. I talked about this with Larry in the future. Yeah, just because all this stuff goes to the moon, Jupiter, Neptune. I like that one flutter. He's just like, jazz me to the Neptune. It's like, whatever, man. Or let's face it, Pluto or beyond this galaxy, right? The key thing is, like I was telling Larry, because this did get brought up. I said, what's going to happen, when, are we still going to do like a lot of coverage and so on? And we both agreed, and maybe this is disappointing to you guys. If you think I'm doing a daily show every single day, when we're, how should I say this? So like if we went from 10,000 subscribers, or not 10,000, I think we are 11,200. We ticked up a little bit, which is cool. I don't think there's a need to do a show every single day at that point, right? Maybe we do shows like 2 or 3 times a week or something like that, or whatever the case be. I mean, we have other people here. They're part of our network, as Larry would say, that can do coverage. But the key thing is, I still will show up and be doing education, letting people know about updates. I'm still gonna be passionate about crypto. How about this? You guys know this for a fact. How do you know that for a fact? I shared part of my crypto journey, how I got bit by the crypto bug, right? So if I got bit by a crypto bug of Shiba Inu and DOGE and freaking Chronos, right? There's nothing wrong with those projects. Can you imagine the bug I'm going to get bit by when it comes to all this utility stuff? My God, I'll be talking about like crazy. I just don't know if I'll be willing to talk about every single day and do, WrestleMania is, Stardog would put it. But I don't want people to get twisted like, oh man, you're not going to be here. You're not going to be here once a week or something like that. Yeah, I definitely will be here a few times a week. It won't be every day. All right. If things go well and I don't, hold on a second. I read that one. If things go well and I don't end up in a shootout protecting my assets, it's funny how that's mentioned, right? People say they got that expression, you got to protect your ass, and wash your ass. I know that's the most probably ever cussed on stream anyway. But that's where it comes from, right? Your assets, protecting your assets. It's kind of short for that. Anyway, I'll throw a party at my new home and invite everyone here, food and drinks included. Awesome, man. Well, I don't have anything in here, but yes, cheers to you, my friend. Thank you for that. Really appreciate that. That's going to be awesome. What was it? Rayan says something like he would donate like, I forgot what he mentioned, like this crazy amount. I don't know if it's 50,000 or 500,000. He said that you donated to this network. We'll see. I mean, I'm not going to hold people accountable to anything. I mean, people say a lot of stuff like Cool Cat Crypto is NDA, right? I actually thought he was serious about that. He was joking. My bad. Maybe Rayan's joking. Maybe in the future you'll joke, and it's okay. I will not hold it to you. GG says, good night, General Maximus, Decimus Marius. Keep it up. Keep up the hard work like a gladiator. Thank you. Yeah, I realize people got to get going, right? Let's face it. Quan Papa XDC bullied hard for sure. McDizzle, I have a long and short loading up. Henry Brown, question. If there is no crypto laws, regulations, and definitions coming down from the legislative branch, how can SEC or CFTC regulate or enforce anything? In law, cryptos don't exist. And that is a very good statement. The problem is, with whatever they do, there will still be, like any action, will have a reaction. Proof in the pudding, what you see, for instance, with the whole thing with Ripple's XRP. I think it would just be more of that narrative, right? To me, that's being stuck in a mode of non-progress, right? And we don't want to see that. But technically speaking, what you said, Henry, is true. And welcome, Henry Brown. I don't know if I've seen you here before, but I want to try to recognize you. Guys, whoever's left here, we only have 22 people, not our typical numbers, but we're 5 hours into the show. Let's give a warm welcome to Henry Brown. Our mission here is to welcome new people to our community. And if anything, our community, we share research together. It's not just me bringing you guys the news and so on. We all share. Some people don't, right? People are just here to listen or watch, but that's what we're about. We're an engaged community of researchers and we do appreciate you being here. And that's a great question. Blackwood fits right in. Let's see here. Okay, sure you. We appreciate you, Max. Yeah, appreciate you too. Let me see. You know what? I think maybe on a different day I'll get into the whole LCX thing. Because we talked yesterday with Rue about LCX. I'll give you guys the thing about with Space Chick another day. I just shared that earlier. There's an update in regards to Casper, so that could all wait another day, man. This is really like 5 hours into it, and I don't know why I do those type of things. I guess because I like talking about crypto to the point where it gets maybe a little bit too obsessive. But that's about it, guys. I think I'm gonna go ahead and start to wrap things up just in a bit. I'll read a couple more comments. Henry Brown with a $2 super chat. Well, thanks, man. He says he's been here for a few months, but it's his first time speaking, probably because he realized, with these particular numbers and things dwindling down, you can have some emphasis on your chat. Very cool. I'm glad that you've been here for a couple months. I hear these things every so often. I also look at the numbers. I look at who's in the chat, and I realize there's a group of people and they've messaged me about some of this. Who state, you know what, I listened to CTN during my work shift. We have some truckers who listen to our program as they drive down the road. For one, it's flattering, but at the same time, it's not about that. It's just awesome to see what we have with our community here. You guys are all very passionate about what you have or what you hold. I am fully aware that some of you guys are in some projects that I'm not in. Like WTK, WASP. I think there is something solid there, and that is the next one on the particular lineup for the deep dives. But thank you, man. Really do appreciate you, Henry Brown. And maybe in the future, you kind of let us know maybe a little bit about your crypto journey. Maybe some of the ones that really did well for you. Maybe you've been in this whole game longer than us. You call it a game, but in reality, it is to a sense, right? It's a game of chess to a sense. Knowing what you have and what kind of moves to make and what ones not to make and so on. But yeah, man, thank you again. You're very welcome. And thanks again for that super chat. GG. Dabs right back at you. The disabled machine, welcome. Hello, hi. I think honestly that is seriously it. So yeah, maybe next time around I'll give you guys more of the updates in regards to LCX, HBAR, Casper. And last but not least, I'm going to show you this just one last time because I feel like it just needs to happen. So let me pull up the page real quick. Crypto Talk Now. All right. Let me pull this up. So I never typically ever request anybody to watch a video that we do. I mean, the way I look at it, you watch it. Cool. If you don't, you don't. Telling you flat out, if you're into Jasmine, you owe it to yourself to check out my deep dive. It's 42 minutes. You don't necessarily have to watch the whole thing. It would help with the outline. I'm telling you flat out, like I put a lot of passion, if you will, with connecting the dots, give you a really good outline from beginning to end. I'm telling you flat out, I brought the fire when it comes to that video. That's the one on the top left, Jasmine, Hyperledger, Now Payments, so on. Like, is there a CBDC connection? I get into all that particular stuff. I feel very, very bullish on Jasmine, and it is one that I DCA into it now. I made up my mind that I got to do at least once a month. I wait for pullbacks, but my new goal for Jasmine, just throwing this out there, not saying you have to do it. My new milestone is at least 500,000. I think I'll get to it. And then after that, I may decide if I have time, because I think, summer's coming up here quick and the price may explode to where I can't buy as much. But my new goal from there will be 1 million Jasmine. Will I do the whole salamander route? I don't know about quite going in that in heavy, but that's just how I personally feel about it. Not financial advice, but you owe it to yourself to understand why we connect these dots. The dots are absolutely connected in that particular video. So if you watch it, let me know what you thought about the video. You can even give me constructive criticism if you want. I'm open to that. You could be like, you know what, man, it's all speculative, whatever you want to say, right? I'm totally fine with it. But it helps with the YouTube algorithm when you hit the like and obviously comment, especially if you did both of those. Oh my God, it recommends it to a way higher base. A lot of people don't know that. That's why content creators put so much emphasis on likes, but it's not just likes, it's the comments, because the YouTube algorithm sees that, the content creators engaged with the audience and the audience is engaged back. And that's when they recommend it to more of a broader base. But it's been a great show, guys. And we'll see you back tomorrow. Larry will be with you unless something changes. I'll have to double check in with him. There's a chance maybe I'm back. Something, of course, happens with his eye. But typically speaking, if you wonder how the lineup goes, it's Larry on the weekends, unless, of course, something comes up. It's me on the weekdays. Mondays and Wednesdays is Utility Talk Now with me and Sean, the Crypto Smith. Those particular days, we don't do so much of the news. So I know some of you guys like Mike, and this is fine, Mike, where you tag me, and then maybe some of you guys get disappointed because, like, I might not just, put all the focus on that. So just keep in mind, like, if it's a day like, was it technically Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, right? Those are just regular news lineups, right? So you could take a little crap on it. But I know I could keep going on this. I want to give you guys an update. So here's the agenda, if you will. So weekends with Larry. On Mondays, of course, Utility Talk Now. Tuesday, special guest. You know who he is, Quant Papa. You're still here. Tokenizer is our special guest on Tuesday. It should be an awesome show. Awesome. Don't know who Tokenizer is? You're one of the top, in my opinion, researchers when it comes to quant, especially ALBT. I have to check in with him. Like, do you still cover ALBT? Did you abandon it? Whatever is the case. I want to also find out what else he covers, but he has done extensive research. I feel as though I was, almost give it to him, put him in driver mode and just let him run with it. I'll have to check in with him. But unless something changes, Tokenizer will be here on Tuesday. Then back on Wednesday, Utility Talk Now, me and Sean. I don't know if we got some. I think just regular lineup on Thursday, Friday, and then, of course, again, next weekend with Larry. So I just want people to understand that's our lineup. Check out ctnnetwork.net, and that is just about going to wrap it up. I really appreciate every single one of you guys. It's going to rapid fire through some of these ones. Yep, take care. Quant Papa, glad having you guys. Big Watch Dude, Crypto McDizzle, Lair 1. I got you, bro. I don't think, or maybe you should sing later. Just so much exciting stuff is about to be happening. I know, man. I know. Here's the thing, all right? Thanks, Max Knight, everyone. Mike, I just want to state this real quick. So you're like, yeah, I'm going to be busy next week. I know that. So, I mean, I'll do my best to get into all this stuff. I think it is going to be big next week. We're going to see some things with ISO 222 and these cryptos are attached to it and so on. Yes, it is very exciting. Sometimes it keeps me up. It wakes me up in the middle of the night and stuff like that. I got to try to take my mind off of it sometimes, but it's hard when you get that excitement of, dang, man, like, we should see some decent volume. So I'm not a fortune teller. I have gotten it right on a few things. The bull run thesis, when everybody said no. How about this? The thing with the BRICS nations, right? And understand GDP and some of these other things, but it's not about that. I'm not trying to toot my own horn. In closing, know what you have, know what you hold. We'll see you tomorrow, 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific, for more Crypto Talk Now with Larry. So if anything, guys, welcome him back and give him the benefit of the doubt if he's a little bit rusty or whatever the case be. It's hard to focus when you have something that's annoying you, So anyway, I'm sure he'll do his best. So a chance I may be here depending on his eye. But anyway, I'm not going to keep you no more. 5 hours and 10 minutes. My God. In reality, 4 hours and 10 minutes because of the delay with the technical problems. Have a great night, everybody. Over and out. We'll see you. Good night.